great disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were taking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and water in Infinity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they may just so 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, they may just went to, I forget that Jamaica, they may just went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, then rule, B rule, all kinds of dialogue. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When he elected on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to the country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the midweek section of the closing argument. Today is Wednesday, the middle of the week. We call it the humps day. You are going, if you are riding the camel, there's a hump. Today is our hump day. If you are in Liberia, you have completed your hump day. You are almost in Thursday, approaching the weekend. If you are in my neck of the woods, today is Wednesday. It's 5:11 p.m. in beautiful South Florida. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful June 3rd. If you are tuning in from any part of the world, let me know where you are tuning in from. Tell me what's on your mind. Let us know what's going on in the neck of your woods. Let us know what's happening in your local communities. We may have not been able to cover everything, especially in every part of Liberia or wherever you are. If there's breaking news, let us know and we will go to it. It has to be factual. You have to be honest. No sentiment, no gossip, straight talk. If it is happening in your neighborhood, put it in the comment section. Let me say hello to the great city of Monrovia and to my hometown, the second capital of the Republic of Liberia, Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. And I'll go to the counties as they were developed and incorporated. Let me go to Sino, and then Maryland. I go to Kipmount. And then I go to the Crocus territory, Southtown territory, Riverside territory. Before you became a county, you were a territory if you were not one of the original counties. I am proud to say Grand Bassa County was county number 2, sitting at the table at the Declaration of Independence and the signatories on that great piece of paper, Grand Bassa. Our cousins from the South, Southeast, Sino, Maryland County, all accounted for, and salute as we are getting ready to celebrate Liberia's 204th birthday. And some would say 179th from 1847. You can choose to use 1847. I have chosen to use the day that the great men and women first established foothold on the continent, specifically on the island in Monrovia, 1822. So that's my history, and I'm sticking with it. Those of you that prefer 1847, that's also good. No problem. Stick with your 1847. I'll stick with my 1822. Both of us are right. And those of you who are picking 1847, you remind me of my uncle that used to say, I am 20, but I was sick for 5 years. So the 5 year I was subtracted from my age, so I'm actually 15. Because at 15 years I've been healthy. The other 5 I've been sick, so it doesn't count. So you are telling me all the struggle that went on from 1822 to 1847 doesn't count. Even though you were born 1822, you want your birthday to start the day you started walking. Nope. That's the system that we have. But let me bring you back up to speed. Today we are going to be hosting a special personality Dr. Rockefeller Cooper. I told you yesterday you needed to get your popcorn. You needed to get some butter or cool glass of drink ready for this show. It's going to be rocky. It's going to be rough. But we are going to be honest. We are going to be scientific. We're going to stick to the topic. When folks go to school and they learn, they specialize in a particular area. You remember there's a song in Liberia that your area? Everybody has their area. Dr. Rockefeller's area is science, forensic. That's his area. Some of you have your area to sit in the office of your boss. He gave you a scratch card and your job is to throw everybody. To lie, to debunk facts. Instead of debunking facts with facts, you want to distract, spread lies, distract, a lot of smoke screen. But today we are going to cut to the chase. Dr. Rockefeller is going to be here. We're going to discuss science. We are going to discuss everything that has to do. Getting the feedback. We are going to be discussing science. We are going to be discussing technology. We're going to be talking legal stuff. You're going to learn the difference between pathologists. You're going to learn the definition of forensics. You're going to learn about toxicology. You're going to learn about everything. So today is your day to return to your laboratory. You are going to learn about everything: chemistry, physics, biology. Everything is going to be talked about today. Today is no hold bar. You can talk about anything. Ask any question. Before I go any further, let me welcome Myean. Mr. Tobin, welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you all so much, Mr. Gayman. It's a pleasure being here again. From our end here in Liberia, our studio, we are always here to bring the Close Night show. So it's my pleasure once again to be back on.
Okay, I know today we will not be talking politics. We will be talking science. So bring us up to speed about what's going on presently in the Republic. What are some of the talking points? What are some of the trending issues in the Republic?
Okay, Mr. Gayman, there are too many things going on within our country where Liberian people need to know about it. Wherein today the President of the Republic of Liberia launches the Liberia's national security strategy for 2026 to 2036, where he did launch it at the executive mansion, settling out the country security issues that have been going on, and also directions for the next 10 years, because there are too many things going on within our country where the president made a statement that when it is pretty enough to put in some measures to to see how best we can train our security, we can train our forces to overcome whatever attacks or whatever challenges that may come in the near future after this.
Well, Myean, you are muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
So I've been muted all along?
Yes.
Wow. Oh, okay. So yeah, like I said, there are too many things going on within our country, Mama Liberia, where today the president of the Republic of Liberia, Her Excellency President Joseph Yumon Boaka, launches Liberia National Security Strategy that will run from 2026 to 2036, which is about 10 years. So the president did mention that within that 6 year, we see our best. I mean, that 10 years, we see our best to strategize our security forces to uplift the Liberia National Police, the entire security forces within Liberia. After we saw the civil war, according to the president, after the civil war ended, following the previous scratch in 2018. And then we are also seeing another one again by Guinea Liberia, which is just on a diplomatic basis right now. But the president said the document will guide the national security planning and implementation to arm other support and see how best we can get development partners to protect Liberia national interests over other nations in the next years to come. And this was held at the executive mansion, the cabinet meeting. And we also saw today the citizen movement for change also engaged with women in Kanoku, or if I'm getting it correct, in Magibi County, wherein the wife of Mr. Ability, Madam Bina Ability, was also there. She spoke on behalf of Mr. Ability. And then with this rival between Mr. Cummings and that of Mr. or Senator Abraham Dow's data, where he have bring out so many things within the National Elections Commission law, that the issue about people getting 2% or individual or party getting 2% and then want to return to the presidency for the next election, which they came out of this statement. So they have been back and forth with the two political figures on Cummings or Mr. Cummings alongside Senator Dow's. They don't, wherein Mr. Cummings said if Senator Dowd didn't want to play politics with this issue, because the NEC, I mean, that's the Alternative National Congress Center of Communication to the LDCs to investigate the LOFA or the FOIA project by the president. Also, if you want to play politics, you can go ahead and play politics, but that's what they are interested in, to give the Liberian people update. So there are too many things going on within our country, wherein many Liberians, motorcyclists, are also raising this issue about people stealing motorbikes and other stuff within our country. So I think the Liberia National Police is also working in line with that. So I think we'll just like to stop here for now and then turn it over.
Okay. In Grand Bassa County, ahead of the July dedication, Superintendent Caillou Johnson unveiled blueprint for ultra-modern mini parks and maritime monument around the city of Buchanan. That is some of the news happening around the Republic of Liberia. We also want to acknowledge our folks in Sino County that will be relaying our message, Care Radio. Myean, can you tell us any other new partnership? I know about Care Radio.
We have Gibi FM in my Gibi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we want to say thank you to our friends, brothers and sisters in Gibi FM. And then we got our brothers and sisters in Sino County, Relay, obviously Truth FM, Care Radio. Everybody in Radio Land, we say welcome to another exciting edition of the closing argument. Like I told you during the week, tie your belt, the Liberian men say, get your popcorn, get your soda, get whatever it is you can drink, get your palm wine. It's going to be rocky because we got Rockefeller on. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Do us a favor, share the show. Let somebody know that we are here. Share the show. Let them know. They shouldn't hear it from they say. Hear it from the horse's own mouth. And today we are blessed to have a special guest, Dr. Rocky. You know, when we talk about Rocky in the United States, you're talking about the great fighter. The folks from the Center of Brotherly Law of Philadelphia, they love Rocky Balboa, a character that represents grit, fight, spirit. So we are glad to have our special guest here, but with me is my co-host, Honorable Sylvester Pewee. Welcome to the show, Chief.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's a very wonderful afternoon from my end, and I'm glad to be here on the show this evening. And let me say a very pleasant welcome to our guests, and we look forward to going more deeper into the topical issues. Thank you for having me.
Excellent. It is 5:28 here on the East Coast. Wherever you are, we got 2 minutes. At 5:30, we are going to bring on our guest. He will introduce himself, who he is. For those of you who don't know him, you will get to know him in 2 minutes. So for the next 2 minutes, we'll ask you to share the show. Let everybody know. Go ahead.
Yeah, before you can do that, can we ask the guest so he can adjust his camera a little bit so that he can be visible to the viewers and other things.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Is it much better?
Yes, excellent.
Yes.
It's
Excellent.
Yeah, it's good.
So we got 2 minutes. In the next 2 minutes, we know that my sister Julia Duncan Cassell is in California. She's 5 hours from, I think it's 2 o'clock there, or 1 o'clock. She's getting ready to tune in. That's good. Dr. Red, he's in Colorado. He's on his way from work. It's 3:29 there. So we are kind of, doing it. It's fine. You get home, join the show. This is where we are. And if you are in Liberia, it's 9:29. We are about to get rocky. So if you are in Monrovia, you are in Buchanan, you are in Grand Bassa, anywhere Riverside, Sino, get ready. It's going to be rough. Today is not going to be for the faint of hearts. That's why he said it's a no-hold bar. If you go to the wrestling matches, they say we're going to be swinging. We're not here to play. So instead of gossip, it's good that you hear it from the progenitor of the story, the guy who was there. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me welcome Dr. Rockefeller Cooper. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. How is my audio?
Audio is awesome.
Okay, beautiful. Good. Yeah, I had some technical issues, so I had to make some adjustments, so that's why.
Yeah, the only problem we have is that light bulb right ahead of you, on top of you. It is.
Okay, okay, so let me turn it off.
Yes, let's see. Turn it off. Let's see if it's going to affect the lighting anyway.
And then the other adjust.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, it's good.
It's
Yes.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. I want to see the face. Thank you very much. There's a lot of folks who know you, but obviously around the world, there are a lot of folks who will be meeting you for the first time. They want to know who is Dr. Rockefeller. You are a human being just like everybody else. Let us know who you are, so people can kind of relate.
Okay, so for all intended purposes, I'm Rockefeller Cooper, a Liberian by nationality, and I am a forensic medical legal death investigator with specialty in the conduction of forensic post-mortem examinations. By default, I'm a medical doctor as well, and I also happen to be a forensic scientist. I reside in the United States. I'm the sole proprietor of Third Eye Forensic Consultancy, LLC, where basically I provide private autopsy services around the United States for individuals who are interested in knowing the cause and manner of death of their loved ones, especially when those individuals were not referred to the medical examiner or coroner's office by the coroner for postmortem examinations. And I've been doing this now since 2021, as in running my own business. But I've been in the field of forensics as a whole for almost 16 years now. So the goal is to see how services like the ones provided here in the US can also be made available in Liberia, which is the reason why we are here today. So, Mr. Gayman, over to you.
Yes, usually we say, we love to heal our high school. Did you go to school in Liberia from, your early ages?
Oh, yes. So I started primary schooling at the School of Prime System many, many years ago. And then I transitioned to the J.J. Roberts United Methodist School. And that was up to the war. And then, of course, my family and I relocated to Cottington, where we started schooling at the Cottington Community School System. And then I transferred to St. Peter's Claver High School in Buchanan. And in 1992, in 1992, as things got worse.
Why is it obviously?
You see, Pewee, every time you talk about Basel, it makes you get jittery.
No, you said obviously. I said,
You said, top of the food chain.
Yeah.
Yes. So then when the Octopus War came in 92, my family and I, traveled to the Ivory Coast and then continued to Ghana, where I completed my secondary schooling at the Takoradi Secondary School in Takoradi, Ghana. And then started at the Polytechnic there, where I started doing general construction engineering. And then, but my passion was always for medicine. So came to Liberia, started at Cottington in 1998. I was one of those, I was in the batch of students that opened Cottington. And then in 2001, I transferred to the Alabama Agriculture and Mechanical University, where I completed my bachelor's in biology on the pre-med track. And then during the fall of the same year, 2003, I started my first master's at the same institution, where I completed a couple of years later with a master's in biology with concentration in microbiology. And then I pushed on to the Windsor University School of Medicine on the island of St. Kitts in the West Indies, where I did my medical studies. And in conjunction with the beginning of my studies in forensic science at the University of Florida in Gainesville, Florida, where I also completed my program with a master's in pharmacy with a concentration in forensic science with emphasis in forensic death investigation. So that's basically about me. And then also I've done postgraduate studies at the Academy of Forensic Medical Sciences in London, UK, and a host of other programs, postgraduate programs. But I am deeply vested into forensic death investigation, which includes forensic toxicology, forensic anthropology, and so on and so forth, including crime scene investigation, analysis, crime scene reconstruction, and blood stain pattern analysis, and a host of others, which I don't want to make it boring, but that's just it in a bubble. I'm deeply vested in the field of forensics.
Thank you very much. Listen, guys, you are talking about a lot of schooling, top level schools. It looks like you follow me everywhere I go because he was in Buchanan, go to St. Peter Clover High School. Now I'm in Florida, and he came to Gainesville, the flagship university anyway. But
Yes.
let me welcome Honorable Pewee, our guest. Dr. Rockefeller is in the house.
Thank you. Let's. So I was just saying to myself, I think if I was going to be the MC introducing or he the guest speaker, I will have to take maybe one boat of the buggy rest to go through the CV, if you will. But that is a very impressive CV on a serious note from one of our own patriotic Liberian citizen coming to do that. It is never too old to learn, I think, and stay moving forward. It's a very impressive CV, by the way. Let me say that to you. But again, let me say thank you. So is it Dr. Rockefeller or Dr. Cooper?
Well, Rockefeller is the first name, so
okay,
it's
Rockefeller is the first
Dr.
name.
Cooper.
So it's Dr. Cooper. Okay, because normally people call you Dr. Rockefeller and the rest of
Yes,
so
people are fond of doing that all over the world. For some reason, people just attach to the
so
Rockefeller.
I intentionally asked that question because I wanted to get your official last name, if you will, your family name. Yeah, thank you again. But before we can move on this, I know we're going to go more deeper into this. I just want you to quickly talk to our audience about this. Are you a pathologist?
No, I am not a pathologist.
You're now a pathologist. So what's the difference from a certified death investigator and a pathologist?
Okay, so a pathologist, first now, it depends on what kind of pathologist.
Okay.
Whether you are an anatomical pathologist, a clinical pathologist, or a forensic pathologist. But a general pathologist or a non-forensic pathologist basically is a pathologist who studies specimens that is sent to the pathology lab so as to make clinical diagnosis.
Okay.
That individual basically studies, like I said, tissue samples so as to make determinations that would help to treat a person. So, for example, if it's it could be a tumor that was sent to the pathology lab. Basically, the primary goal of the pathologist would be to not only decipher the disease process, but to determine if it is malignant, meaning whether that cancer can spread, or if it's benign, meaning it's just a tumor, but it's not going to cause any harm to the person. Then you have your forensic medical legal death investigator. A forensic medical legal death investigator is one who does forensic post-mortem examinations to establish the cause of death of a person based on the forensic findings. The forensic medical legal death investigator cannot make microscopic diagnosis from tissue samples. What he or she does will be to send tissue samples to a pathology lab where those tissue samples will be processed to make microscopic diagnosis that will complement the findings during postmortem. And also tissue samples are sent to the toxicology lab so that there will be toxicology study to see if there was any harmful substance or substances within the body of the deceased. The forensic medical legal death investigator is not a pathologist. The correlation between the two is that they both can conduct autopsies. The difference is that the pathologist who is not forensically trained is limited to conducting clinical or what is also considered as hospital-based autopsies or post-mortem exam, because autopsies and post-mortem exams are just interchangeable terms. They both mean the same thing. Whereas the forensic medical legal death investigator conducts forensic post-mortem exams. That individual has undergone substantial amount of training in forensic pathology. even though he's not a forensic pathologist, but as a course, he has gone through training in forensic pathology, forensic medicine, and other components of forensics, so as to enable him or her to be able to perform the function adequately. And when I say adequately, that means so that after an autopsy, you're able to come up with logical conclusions, and which, of course, leads to the deriving of findings quicker, and, of course, the submission of a report within a logical period of time. So that's basically would be a roundup of, the two professions and the differences between them.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Gayman, I'll give it back to you.
Yeah.
Quickly, because I'm concerned here, and we're going back to the case, back to Liberia. You just came from Liberia, I'm told, and there's this issue about the back and forth about government rejecting and a particular assignment that you performed quite recently. But my question back to you quickly on that, before we can pivot back to that, did you, by any chance, get officially lessons here in the U.S. to perform as a forensic legal death investigator? Because
so it depends.
Before you come out, Dr. Cooper, yes, what my concern is, my concern is basically, why did the government reject your investigations report? And that they will come. We get there very soon. But before that, I just want to know, did you get the full certification in terms of lessons here to practice as a forensic legal death investigator here in the U.S.?
Yes, I do have my certifications to work as a forensic medical legal death investigator.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So, and that is where the mistake has been, when people don't understand the correlation between licensure and certification, which is basically interchangeable.
So
but
you are certified but not licensed.
Well, they are both the same thing, because if you are certified to drive a vehicle, then it means that you are licensed to drive, right? If you are licensed to drive a vehicle, obviously you can drive the vehicle without being pulled aside by the police and penalized. That means you cannot be charged for driving without permission. Okay.
So why is the government of Liberia, or the Liberian National Police, or whatsoever organ of that government, rejecting your certifications, or saying that you are not licensed to practice? Why do you think they was informing that decision?
So that is a very good question. And that is a very dangerous move that has been made. Now, point of correction, this is not about the Liberia National Police, because they do not have the authority to question. Well, yeah, so but we have to narrow it down. So it's not, it doesn't seem like a direct attack against the government per se, even though it includes an arm of the government, as in the Ministry of Justice. But this act of deception towards the Liberian people came directly from the Liberia Medical and Dental Council. So last year, as a matter of fact, I was on this very same program, and we're talking about, it was a case we're discussing, which brought about the issues that I had in Liberia, and apparently it has sent a signal to the LNDC that primarily my request all along was being misinterpreted, my request for licensure. Because when I applied back in 2021, I had applied for license so I would be able to work as a forensic medical legal death investigator, just as I was doing here. My request has always been the same. There is a section on the form, the application form, that asks about my previous, work title, or, basically to know about the job that I did. And on the form, I stated that I worked as a forensic pathology specialist. So the medical council at the time felt that I was applying for a specialist license as a pathologist, which was not it. Within the state of Alabama, and you can Google this right now, the Alabama Department of Forensic Science does offer a job position, and the title is forensic pathology specialist. You see, just to step aside, if I decide to study law on my own, for example, I have studied law, but it doesn't mean that I'm an attorney at law. The most I can get out of that is in a legal case, I can represent myself as a pro se, meaning I'm able to handle my own case. Okay. So that position, forensic pathologist specialist, doesn't mean that the individual is a forensic pathologist, because the requirement for that position, in fact, is basically anywhere between an associate's to a bachelor's degree. Okay. And I took up that post because when I did my as a medical student, when I did my rotation there in forensic pathology, based on my ethics, I was offered the position if I wanted to. So I applied for it and I got it. And what it did was to enhance my practical skill knowledge. Okay. Because at the end of the day, even when fellows go to the medical examiner office to train, it is the very same technicians that, that is responsible for training them, irrespective of the fact that they have doctorate degrees. Okay. So I decided to start building myself at that, from that level. We're talking about way over 10, 15 years ago. So after that engagement on your platform last year, there was now, a meeting between the chair lady at the time, Dr. Benetta Collins-Andrews. We had a lengthy discussion where, basically we started to come to a common understanding. And so I was told that I could submit an application along with a letter of application stating exactly what I want to do or what I will be doing. That letter was received along with the application form, as well as my credentials and supporting document to show, and a supporting document rather, to show the roles of the key players within the death investigation industry as presented by the National Association of Medical Examiners. Within that document, there's a clear indication as to the function of a forensic medical legal death investigator, the pathologist, the forensic pathologist, the coroner, and even the forensic medical examiner. And because of my qualifications, a hybrid function between the forensic medical legal death investigator and the forensic medical examiner, my letter of application clearly, asks for, licensure to work as a forensic medical legal death investigator / forensic medical examiner. The letter also went on to inform Madam Chair Lady at the time, and I say at the time because that position is a 2-year rotation. Mm-hmm. So last year was her last year, okay, or the end of her tenure, if you want to put it that way. So the letter clearly stated that I'm going to be conducting forensic post-mortem examinations, and I will be also procuring tissue samples that will be sent off to the pathology lab and toxicology lab for analysis. The letter further went on to say that, this is not an attempt to portray or impersonate myself as a pathologist or even a forensic pathologist. Okay. But this is just a means of being able to serve the Liberian people, because the way how post-mortem investigation is being handled in Liberia in this day and time, it's quite baffling. The letter also encouraged the LMDC to give me a consideration to apply under the Allied Health route. Okay, because under the Allied Health route, it talks about other practitioners. Now, it is shocking that, this is all happening now because the letter was clear-cut. After it was received, Madam Chair Lady, Dr. Benetta Collins-Andrews, also communicated with other individuals in the all aware. So it was not something that was done in the corner, or should I say secretly, between she and I. The other key players were involved, and in fact, it was the very same Registrar General, Dr. Augustus Garland Quia, who set up my interview for July 1st. I got to Liberia, I sat the interview on July 1st of 2025, and I got licensure the same day, okay? And the reason all of this happened is because there's not a clear understanding of death investigation in Liberia apart from Article 7, which has to do with the coroner and his function regarding death investigation. So basically, forensic death investigation or forensic medical legal death investigation or forensic medicine is something that I, Rockefeller Cooper, introduced to the medical council, where I've been emphasizing to let them know also that the mistake that has been made over the years is to think that any pathologist can do any autopsy. That is far from the truth, and it is a very dangerous concept to hold. So they saw light in what I had proffered, and I was granted licensure, and I was even thanked for the effort and what I was bringing to the country. It was not something from a new dimension. 24 days later, as in July 25th, I conducted an autopsy in Bangabong County on behalf of the Ministry of Justice, but through the disguise of a human rights group, a local human rights group. The reason why I was asked to conduct the autopsy is because the county attorney was not comfortable with the autopsy report that was provided by the local pathologist because it did not make common sense, let alone forensic sense. Okay? This was the case involving a big boy Flomo who was basically assaulted to death. Yet the autopsy said that he died as a result of high velocity blunt force impact by being struck by one of Mita Steel's the train, which the findings on the body was inconsistent with a person even being struck by a keke. Okay, so that tells you the problem that we have in the country and why someone like me with what I do needs to be in Liberia. On my way to fast forward, on my way to Liberia, I was engaged by representatives of Mr. Jackson through his counsel, Councilor Serena Cephas, to basically perform an examination for them. So there was pulling here and there. To make a long story short, on April 23rd, the judge had set up a meeting for April 23rd at 9 a.m. We get there for the meeting, and he wanted to speak to me also. And basically, he wanted to find out if I guess to verify who I actually was, and directly to know if I had done autopsies in the past and even in Liberia, to which I responded in the affirmative. The prosecution that morning, they objected to me doing the autopsy simply because they had not had ample time to review my credentials. So the judge pushed the meeting on to 1 o'clock that afternoon. We got by 1 o'clock that afternoon. The prosecution said that they had reviewed my credentials and they had no objection. Based on that, the judge put, he placed an order that the autopsy should be done on the 27th of April, at which point in time he had someone to come in with the Holy Bible, and I was sworn in. So I took an oath to uphold my professionalism. On April 27, indeed, the second autopsy of Ntumbi Kayisi was performed at the Simosis Funeral Parlor. Next thing I know, there's this document that's passing around, a motion that was filed for the judge to reconsider the authorization that was given to me to do the autopsy. But in my mind, though I'm not a lawyer, when people file motions, the motion is meant to, to secure a curative outcome. The autopsy was already done, so the judge could not have, basically reconsider anything. There was postponement of the hearing for that motion, and the motion was based on the misinformation, in fact, straight out lies that was sent out by the Registrar General, Dr. Augustus Queer. He twisted my qualifications and basically narrowed me down to a person who's to go to the scene and just to collect evidence. He excluded my ability to conduct post-mortem examination, even though the chair lady at the time has CC copied him on every single communication that she and I shared. Now, I must be fair and say that. But at the end of the day, he was deceptive towards Liberia because his actions, Liberia is the one that's going to be hurt by his actions, not me. So where he now made it seem that I was not qualified to conduct a post-mortem examination. Okay. Because of that, the Justice Ministry, and he did that based on a request from the Solicitor General, from the Ministry of Justice, Counselor at Law, Augustine Fayad. So basically, you know, they have cooked up that plan, and because of that, the judge about a week or two ago, in his ruling on the motion, basically wants everything regarding the autopsy to be suppressed, the autopsy that I did to be suppressed, and I should only testify on the collection of specimens. That is something that my legal counsel is looking into, because it's going to be difficult for me to do such, and the reason being is it's going to force me to be deceptive. And as a matter of fact, and ironically, that is even a dangerous move that was made by the court. Okay. So all in all, that brings my, that brings my credibility to the line, and I have to, it's not going to work in my favor to testify as such. So if I'm not qualified, then let me not be qualified, and then, at some point in time, when I do, when I release my autopsy findings, then the court of public opinion will be able to determine if I'm qualified or not. So that has been the plan, because taking a step back, the defense did not take an exception to the judge's ruling. Now, nobody knows the outcome of the autopsy findings, what I have. So, and this is in the interest of presenting a clear-cut story. So I don't understand.
Your lawyer don't have the outcome?
No.
I thought you were doing this because the lawyer is the one. Sorry, not Cephas. Just a minute, Councilor Cephas, because this is a legal matter, and the intent of you performing this investigation on the remains of Mrs. Jackson was meant to go in court and challenge the information of that there were homicide. Is that correct?
Well, yes, that was the goal. Okay. To go in there and
update your own lawyer about this, so he gets familiarized with the case in terms of the mechanism he will deploy to debate the issue in court. Why didn't you not inform him about the findings?
Yes, because it was the level of deception that was being levied against me.
Okay.
Whilst I'm thinking that I'm on a team, they have already, instead of trying to push the issue with the court to say, no, Dr. Rockefeller Cooper was licensed to do X, Y, and Z. Here is the proof, and he has also worked under the very same licensure. They decided to go and to secure the service of a pathologist from within the sub-region, which is fine. People do multiple autopsies. But the problem here is that pathologist has been waiting on the autopsy report from the first autopsy. Okay. And the fact that, that he requested that, there's technical issues that could come up from that, but that's between them. They will understand the assignment at the end of the day. Okay. So that was the move that they made, and they felt that there was no need to take exception to the judge's ruling. Okay. And then also their focus was to secure the first autopsy report. So because of that, technically speaking, I have been abandoned. Now, here is the caveat. I did the autopsy. There's no legal document that's technically binding me to the defense counsel. So whether I want to take this story and sell it to Netflix to make a movie, whether I want to speak with, foreign stations that have contacted me on this, on this case, I have options. Okay. So, so that's where we are. But because of the sensitive nature of this case, and to also ensure that I'm not considered to be a typical Liberian based on the way how we Liberians are comfortable in being deceptive, the public can rest assured that the autopsy findings will be shared at the appropriate time. Since the court does not value the autopsy report, that means it's all free game. The court of public opinion, I'm pretty sure, will be more than glad to hear what I have to say. So that's just where we are, basically.
Okay, real quick, who hired you to do an autopsy?
When you say who hired me for this case, because I talk about 2 cases.
Well, let's talk about the Jackson case.
Okay, yes. So I was engaged. I was written by Councillor Cephas, so that so that my services will be will be rendered. But the financial the financial obligations and logistics basically were not fulfilled. Okay, there was avoidance to do such. Now, being transparent, I will tell you this: I was given an advancement of $2,000, and when I requested for other fundings, basically that my request was being ignored. So my last communication to them, as a matter of fact, is to see. I made it clear that they should make provisions so that I return the $2,000, because it doesn't make me any richer or poorer. I really don't need it, so that they can get their $2,000 back, and I will fund basically I will fund the other parts of the operation, at which point in time is all going to help support my publication on this case. So there's nothing binding. They cannot produce any document to say where I'm obligated to it. They presented me to the judge. The judge gave a ruling. I did the autopsy. The documents that were being requested to be signed were intentionally refused. They intentionally refused to sign those documents. So from a contractual standpoint, I owe them no obligation.
Oh, okay. If we got you right, what I mean, if the entire platform, those listening to us here,
sure,
there was no contractual agreement between you and the hiring team that was led by the lawyer at the time, Serena Cephas.
No, he wrote me, requesting my services, and we met, and everything else was being discussed in person. When I'm contacted for a case, there's a consent form that I sent out to the family. The representative of the Jackson family has refused to sign that document, and so basically, there's nothing contractual. Okay. However,
let me hold you there before you continue. The normal thing, you base here in the U.S.
Yes.
And your service is being is needed back in Africa, in Liberia.
Yes.
What's the process if you're hired by someone outside of the U.S.? Is it that they will process you, send you the information, the contract is signed, and then they transport you?
So let me say this, okay? Now, to answer your question directly, because your question has a 2-part built within it. The way it's done, when I'm contacted, I first and foremost have a phone call with the family or representative to understand what's going on. I send out the consent form. That consent form is returned along with the payment. Okay. And then I travel, because I travel around the country, as in the continental US. And then I travel to wherever state and I work. However, I was already on my way to Liberia, because when I was, after I got my licensure, I had registered my business. So I was on my way to Liberia, to handle my own issue when I was engaged. So it just happened coincidentally. So for the record, my going to Liberia was not funded by anyone else. I paid my own way to, to Liberia, okay? Because I was going, like I said, to take care of my business. It was just coincidental that, as a matter of fact, because I had to do some work on my computer, so I had my internet on, and then I started chatting with one of the family representatives. I got to Liberia, and then that evening I met with Councillor Cephas. We discussed. But with regards to the form was sent out to the family representative, and they kept postponing, and they ignored it. So, but all in all, at the end of the day, I can fully understand why all of that, what was done. Like I told you, plans were made to bring someone else in the country to do another autopsy without even discussing with me, which by itself is a dangerous move by the defense. But hey, it's not my duty to put them on track. Probably they will also understand the assignment at some point in time. So that's just what it is at this point.
It's okay. Real quick, if you said the consent form was not signed, if the consent form was not signed, how did you get access to the body?
I got access to the body because the judge ordered the autopsy to be performed, and I trusted that they would have signed it. There's email documentation to that effect. Okay, they will sign. All you get is, the form will be signed. The form will be signed, but it was come to find out now it was all intentional because of the game that's being played.
Well,
yes.
let's look at the the privacy that we are talking about. The more inner sanctity of anything that we do is privacy, and if someone allows you to invade their privacy on the hope as a professional, I thought you would say, listen, if, like me, right? I run a school. For the kids to even go on a field trip, the parents will have to sign the parental release for the kids to go. Once that form is done in my office, in time, that child will never be allowed on a bus to go on a field trip. How then you as a professional will be allowed for you to do a work, that in-depth work, without the proper authorization to do so? That should have been a red flag.
Yes. So let me answer that. Under the clause proper authorization, the judge's order, okay, and my verbal agreement and discussion with the counselor basically serves as authorization. The consent form that has to be signed, because now I was contacted under my business, Third Eye Forensic Consultancy, LLC. My business consent form was sent, okay? And it wasn't done in secret. I had requested so many times. But the reason why the form was not signed will be in a matter of days. I don't want to say too much because I'm being tempted to say things I don't want to say now. The reason why the form was not sent will be understood in the not so distant future. I promise you that. But obviously, I would not just go to the funeral home and just claim a body to start working on if there's no sort of authorization. But there's a reason why that happened. And like I said, just be patient and you can make a note of that. I promise you, in the not so distant future, you will get to understand why.
Okay, let's go to your history. Have you done any work of this nature acceptable in the Republic of Liberia in the past?
Oh yes. So last year, like I just told you, I did a case in Bangabon County under the license that I got from the LMDC, and there was no issue. That report was submitted to the government of Liberia on July 28th of last year. So actually, the 28th of next year will make it a month. Back in 2021, based on the request from the coroner, as it relates to Article 7.4, I also did a post-mortem exam for him at the very same St. Moses. Okay, that report was sent to the Minister of Justice, who was then under the leadership of Councillor Musa F. Dean, and it was, the report was upheld. The government never objected it at all. In fact, my assistance was highly appreciated. And so, I've done cases in Liberia under different atmospheres, okay? Because Article 7.4 says that the coroner can request the assistance of a medical practitioner if he or she is not able to decipher the cause of death, basically in a nutshell. So I was contacted by the coroner. The law doesn't say that he must get a medical practitioner who is certified to cross, to fly to the moon or cross the ocean. It just says a medical practitioner. So I was contacted after reviewing my credentials, and I was able to, to help him, perform the exam. So I just don't understand why is it that there's all this cherry picking. You see, my goal is to simply perform services that I have trained to perform. I don't pick and choose. Okay. But it would seem to be that some cases there's no noise when I'm involved with it. And then some cases there are issues. So that's where, that's where we are.
Those who allow you, let's say, I'm coming to Pewee, the pathologist that asked for your services, did you perform the autopsy under his authority as a pathologist?
Well, I'm a little confused because no pathologist has asked me to perform autopsy. So you can rephrase the question?
Okay, yeah, but who asked you to do the autopsy that you're talking about in Banga and other places?
Oh, no, I was engaged by the county attorney of Bond County. So here's the thing. Last year, February, I was invited to do a presentation at the quarterly meeting for the county attorneys. I was asked to do the presentation by the Solicitor General. So I did, my presentation was on the importance of forensic death investigation within the Republic of Liberia. During that time, I was engaged by the county attorney, okay, Councillor, I think he's Councillor now, Jonathan Flomo. And basically, he brought the big boy case up and the issues that, that he was faced with as far as submitting because of the cause of death that was stated. So I told him that I was working on my license and we'll see how things go. So I came back to Liberia down in, at the end of June for my July 1st interview at the LNDC. And so after that, he and I connected again, and then, the process got started, at which point in time I was transported to and from Monrovia as it related to me doing the case and then brought back to town. So that was that.
Good. Let me work, Pewee, I'm coming, let me welcome Honorable Victor Nagbe. Victor Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Mr. Gayman, it's good to be with you. Dr. Cooper, welcome, I said. It's good to meet you.
Thank you.
Sylvester, what's up? Johnny, what's up? So thank you for coming. I was listening to most of what you said, and thank you so much for the clarification. But I'm not very sure I'm clear on two things. One, you were not hired by the government of Liberia to take this case. You were hired by Serena Cephas, am I correct, who represents the Jackson family, am I right?
Yes, technically speaking.
Technically speaking. But yet,
yes.
the Jackson family seems hesitant to retain your services. Why do you think that is so?
Well, they were not hesitant to retain my services because there was a partial payment of $2,000 that was paid to me by his representative. The issue here is, and sorry, unfortunately you came late, but what I stated was, because we're talking about the whole contractual part. So there's a form that should have been signed, and there was a delay and refusal to have that form signed and sent. So whilst I accepted the quote unquote, the form will be signed, just proceed, I went ahead and did the autopsy because also there's written document. I have, there are instruments to that effect. You have the letter that was written to me by the lead defense counsel. And then you also now have the order from the court, okay, for me to do the autopsy. So I proceeded and did it because the consent form is that's the form that's for my business, which of course reflects the financial component as well. You see? So nothing of that sort was addressed as far as the authorization form from the family. The only thing there is the letter that was written to me by by Councillor Cephas, and my verbal agreement to helping, to helping out with the kids. So technically speaking, by law, this case can be, like I said earlier, I can decide to, I can discuss it with radio stations that have contacted me from, other parts of the continent. I can decide to do a short movie with Netflix. I can decide to do a public broadcast of the autopsy report at the right time, and so on and so forth. So at this point in time, there's nothing binding me, and for me, it's okay, because you see, the dirty games that we continue to play in Liberia, we don't understand the outcomes until it is always too late. Okay? Because of the action from the Defense Council, I was now exposed to senseless attacks from the Medical Council, the Liberia Medical and Dental Council, that's supposed to be, in favor of the truth and integrity, especially when it regards human life. Ironically, has become, the puppet on the string. So they are being used as an instrument to suppress me, because you see, the Justice Ministry on its own could not come in and convince the judge that I am not qualified. They needed the support of an entity, and that the entity that they needed was the LMDC. Now, let me say this: there was another post-mortem examination that was supposed to carry out prior to the one of Ntumbi's, of Ntumbi, okay?
Right.
The lawyer from the defense in that case contacted the LMDC, and it was just a display of lies. That information was given to me by one of their own sources, okay? Just so I would be aware as to what the LMDC was planning to do. So what I did was, I presented all of my credentials and the communication between the LMDC and myself to show how I derived at getting my licensure to the Defense Council. The Defense Council was supposed to now legally confront the LMDC, which would have stopped them in their tracks, but that was not done. So the LMDC was through its Registrar General, okay, who apparently happens to be the respondent superior of the council, even though he is not the chairperson, has basically been on a rampage, going to Facebook, attacking me, having words to say and whatnot. Basically, that is where we were. And because of, the refusal of the Defense Council to do what they were supposed to do, we're at this point to where now, the case is now being talked about all over the place. And my name is almost like the morning bell that is being rung in Liberia right now.
Right.
You see?
Yes. And thank you again for
Hold on, Nagbe, real quick, let me work on Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you, Mr. Rockefeller, for coming on the show. I appreciate all our viewers and listeners. So yeah, you can go ahead.
Go ahead, Vic.
Thank you. So let me ask you this, Dr. Cooper. I'm imagining you practice here in the States. I think you said the third eye forensic. And so you are contracted at very considerable expense to travel from the States and go to Liberia and take on this assignment. I have to ask, what is the worth of this contract if you care? And $2,000 advance to you, even that is in dispute. The family is reneging on contracting you. I'm just really confused.
Yes. So usually when I have international engagements, it is very common, and I don't want to just go into specifics. Okay, but which I can. It doesn't matter. Okay, at the end of the day, it's me. So basically, contracts of this level, it could easily run for about $25,000.
Correct.
Now, but what I did was, because of a family member who has close ties to Mr. Jackson, and since I've known him before, I basically cut it down from $25,000 to $13,000. Okay, because it's not all about the money.
Right.
So out of that, I was given $2,000 at some point in time, and which is in itself is actually nothing. So basically, I was doing the case for free, all things considered. So there are because there are other expenses, but it's the money is no problem because I'm going to file it as, and any economist will tell you that can be filed as a business loss, right? Because my business is registered here, so that is going. So I basically is water under the bridge because I'm looking at the bigger picture. I have the golden nugget to help people understand what happened in this case, and like I said, if I have options. There are media outlets that are interested in the outcome of this case. I can do something with Netflix. I can do, I can use this on TikTok. I can do whatever it is to get, to make money. So I'm not as injured as, people might think I am because of this case. My main issue is the politics, the dirty politics that is being played by the Liberia Medical and Dental Council. That's where we are going to have the real legal issue. So that's it.
Thank you. I'll pass the floor on to Jerome. Thank you very much. I have other follow-ups, but I'll hold them for later.
Good.
Sure.
Pewee, you have one quick question?
I have a quick question to the point that he came up with, and that is the concern. Dr. Cooper, you are a forensic legal medical examiner or investigator, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
You just concluded something that just stopping back about you using this either on Netflix or on social media of engaging into things that you can profiteer from.
Yeah.
Would that not be legally breaching the professional standards? Because if the family did not acquiesce that, you don't think your business can be in some serious legal jeopardy if you are to attempt to do that?
Why would it be so? Where's the legal contract?
You were never authorized. Okay, there's no legal. You're never authorized to do that. It's one.
No.
You're going to damage the family. I'm just saying something. Where if you were to push that to Netflix, you don't think Netflix can even be sued for that? Because Netflix will seek from you the legal what I want to call intellectual property rights to.
Well, here's the thing.
Did the family acquiesce that you carry on social media?
I don't know. You see, are you
doing this in revenge of non-pay of the family?
No. I'm doing this to send a strong message to Liberia. I am sick and tired of being abused by Liberia and Liberians.
Why can't you sue them instead of taking the laws into
hands? I cannot. No, there's no need to sue.
Do you think you can be sued for doing that, and there will be a serious consequence to the business?
There would not be that. Well, when they bring it, then the legal strategies are in place to raise the arguments.
Okay.
I did a case. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
For example, So for example, there are stories about the war in Liberia, right? Where there are actors. So it's going to be something dramatic. Okay. You got, for example,
Sorry, Mr. Sorry, Chief. This is not about the war situation. That was an issue about the entire system in the country broke down. There was civil war. This is about someone's wife and someone's daughter or someone that got killed under strange circumstances, and you were actually invited on the initial stage to perform some investigation on forensic investigation. It didn't end well, and now you are not threatening to either go on TikTok or Netflix.
There's a reason. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, because the reason I'm saying this, the last time we were in Liberia, I followed the injured Tomalin case and the rest of that, right? They hired a Ghanaian and Cuban pathologist. Each of those that came, each of them received the amount of $27,000, Mr. Gayman. $27,000. Even the woman came from Ghana to perform that autopsy on the late teenager at the time. So my point to you engage, you indulge into something that was just gentleman agreement verbally, and it didn't consummate into any dossier. Now,
you know the difference.
You go and publish findings from that investigation. You don't think you're going to be some serious legal problem?
No, and yes, why? Yes, I want you to know. The publication of my autopsy findings is to speak the truth. I'm speaking on behalf of Intumbi. You see, there's a reason why my autopsy finding is being suppressed. Think about it. If you went right now and you change a car tire that's on a vehicle that's outside the building where you are, a judge should be willing, especially if the judge authorized you to change the tire, the judge should be willing for you to testify in court whether when you were changing the tire, the bolts and nuts were okay. A mechanical engineer cannot come and say that because you are just a tire boy that you're not qualified to change the tire.
Do you think the Jackson family is trying to tamper with the results?
Well, I'm not going to get into that, but like I said, bear patient. The time is going to come, like what Mr. Gayman said earlier in the show, that people will indeed have to get their popcorn and soft drink or whatever it is they need, because
that's all it's right now. That's all
no. I'm not going to get into that. What I can tell you is
I got my popcorn.
I see that.
Do you sense the Jackson family tampering or something?
I cannot respond to anything regarding.
You just said just now that you want to do things to protect the late Mrs. Jackson.
Yes. So here's the thing. Okay, let me say this to you. When you hire me to do a case, I go and I do what needs to be done professionally because I am ethically bound. Okay. At this point in time, the government Liberia has no clue as to where my results are going. Even the defense counsel does not know where my report is going. So the issue here is, since I've been basically dismissed in terms of my level of professionalism by the by a court of law, I strongly believe that a court of public opinion will be more than glad to hear. Okay, suppose you go get a first autopsy report and they tell you, say that cobra that entered the house and bit and bit the young lady and she died. Then you got no other opinion. Then what do you do? Okay, so people want to know from my end what happened, because remember, or you may not know this as well, after the autopsy, I visited the scene, as in, where she was taken from to go to the hospital, and I carried out, my own investigation there as well. So this is not just about autopsy. I also visited the scene. If you don't know, now you know. So, it is, yes. So it is very important that people get to know my side of the story. You see, I'm not going to go and just sit down. Already, just imagine when the LNDC started spewing all that rubbish online about me, people already came and started talking about I've been compromising cases for the Ellen Johnson Seleke government, the George Weah government, when that was not the case. So since it's known that I did an autopsy and the court wants me to only testify in part, and the court is not interested in the autopsy, then there's no legal harm if I am to now go and present to the court of public opinion, because the court of law is saying that my autopsy finding is moot. Okay, my autopsy finding has no value. Okay, but there are other institutions out there that are interested in knowing my findings. Okay, and I owe it to the Liberian people as well. So that's where we are. So I want you to understand, it's not about doing something unethical. Actually, if I don't want to say plenty. It would be best if I do it that way. So
thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, share this show. Let us know what's on your mind. I'm reading the comment section. Thank you very, very much for our folks in Kolaho, our folks in Vaho, is that what it is? Yes. And Green Vision Television. You are following. I don't know where Green Television is, but let us know where you are. And our folks in Sino County for relaying them very well. Thank you very much. Let me welcome Telvi. Telvi, you are from Texas. Welcome to our folks from Texas.
Yeah, glad to be on. Hello, everybody. Hello, Dr. Rockefeller Cooper. We're so glad to have you.
How are you? Thank you.
Excellent. Johnny, it's your turn. Then we'll go to Telvi.
Okay, thank you. I've been listening to get myself connected with this conversation. So I want to come back to Dr. Cooper. What I was understanding from him is that because the court has not allowed his...
Let's mute. Oh, okay, Johnny, go ahead.
So I mean, the court did not allow his report to be used as evidence in the case. I would like to understand from him, how did he get involved, or how did he access the remains of Madam Jackson to carry on his autopsy and activity? And then who will he now present that report to? Who owns that report that he has?
Okay, so let me answer your question. So I answered before, but I'll repeat. So basically, the court had ordered that I do the autopsy because I was presented by the defense counsel, okay, as the forensic medical legal death investigator that would be examining the remains as well as the residence of Mrs. Jackson, okay, Ntumbi Jackson. So that's how the authorization came about, okay? To answer your second question, I own the report because I have been abandoned. The defense is not interested in the report since they had planned long ago when legal challenges were coming from the government's end that they were going to try to secure, a pathologist to come to Liberia, which he will be coming to do the third autopsy. Okay, because what I did was the second. Just for the record, I did not do the first autopsy. The first was conducted by the government of Liberia. So, as there's no binding or contractual agreement, the autopsy findings are all mine. So that's why I was saying that if I decide I want to do a TV station, make a movie, send it to the moon, do whatever with it, it is mine. Okay, because the court is not interested. So basically, if it is moot, because I'm not qualified to do it, so it means everything that I did during the autopsy is complete nonsense. So the court of public opinion is very eager to see the nonsense that I put together collectively in the name of a report. So, that's basically where the report is going to be shared, to answer your question.
So can you share that report with a closing argument?
No, not now. It will be done at a strategic point in time when all findings come to pass. In fact, as a matter of fact, some of the other I have results that are coming in to help with my conclusion. So basically, the circle is about 80% complete. So when everything comes in full circle, then when the time is right, trust me, I owe closing argument a lot. So it will be done on closing argument and then on Kia Radio as well. Those will be the two platforms that I will be presenting on. And so I hope that you all have the means of it being done by PowerPoint, because I will not send a document. I will control it from my computer, Mr. Gayman. And yes, and then, as I'm going through discussing, and then we can take questions, go back to particular slides, discuss and whatnot. But I trust and believe my side of the story will be heard through a full-scale presentation followed by a Q&A on this case.
Thank you. Let me welcome Dennis Mombo. He says, I'm calling from Boys Town around Tower Hill. Tower Hill is in the town. Thank you very much. That's the Magibi folks. Thank you very much. Toby, we have our guest here. That's Dr. Rockefeller. He and I have a lot in common. He went to school in Buchanan. Then he went to the University of Florida. He's a Gator. So he's in the house. Any question for the doctor?
Oh, tons of questions. Tons of questions. I've been following for the last 1 hour. Tons of questions. But again, let's welcome our guest. He's always in the news when it comes to these things. One thing I know from Arazeli time to George Weah time. So I'm not sure. This is a comment in passing. I'm not sure if it's a government issue or that Mr. Cooper is the problem now. But I'm trying to think, okay, who is the real problem here for government to government? Because every time these things come up, the issue of credentials always come up. So
yes. So let me say this. Rockefeller Cooper, or Rockefeller F. Cooper II, okay, is a man of substance. He stands up for something. He is not a person who believes in injustice. He is not a person who believes in social segregation. He is not a person who believes in the devaluing of fellow human beings. And lastly, he is not a person who believes in corruption. So because of these different pillars or elements, so to speak, there will always be issues. And I'm glad that you know that you followed over the years and you've seen exactly the nature of the confusion or misunderstandings, or hulubalu, if you want to call it, that has derived over the years with regards to a particular subject matter.
Yeah. Let me move on, because, like I said, trying to put a pattern and habits and things together, and my head's spinning. Because I wanted to blame Monticelli, then I wanted to blame George Weah, then we came to the other government. It's the same thing. So let me rest on that. I think we already beat the dead horse here with the credential issue. I'm concerned about, repeatedly, I think I've heard at least 4 times where you mentioned that, you can't release the report to, agencies that have contacted your radio stations. And even Netflix do a Netflix thing or TikTok and all of that. Hearing you, I'm concerned. I'm concerned for many things. We're all professionals. I'm concerned about, professional ethics. I'm concerned about, family privacy. I'm concerned about patient confidentiality. Are you not concerned about these things as a professional? And I'm sure you're a professional here in the U.S. as well.
Yes. So that response is just to let you know that at the end of the day, I have no obligations based on the actions of the parties. Because I said to release the information. My goal is to basically let the world know exactly what the cause of death was. Okay? That's why I talk about the code of public opinion. You see? So if I tell you that I want to do TV station, I want to do drama, I want to do whatever it is with it, it's just to let you know that basically, you see, sometimes, like they say in America, ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun, You went out with your gun to hunt the rabbit, now the rabbit got the gun, you running. When people are doing things, and there's a serious problem in Liberia, common sense should not be as expensive as we make it to be. Decency should not be a rare commodity. But why is it that we as Liberians continue to subject ourselves to these acts? I just don't understand. You see? So what is it that Rockefeller found out during the autopsy that his report is being suppressed, or his findings are being suppressed? Think about it as a Liberian, and think about it as, as a lady, okay? Think about it as a fellow lady. Why do you think, what sense does it make? He was authorized to do an autopsy. And then after doing the autopsy, his report is now being suppressed. So think about it and ask yourself, and I guarantee you, you will have some question. What is it that was done, or what is it do they think was discovered that they don't want to come to light? So if it's not okay to be to be presented in court, since he's not qualified according to the LMDC, then the code of public opinion. And here's the thing, nobody should even be wholly responsible for this. It is the Liberia Medical and Dental Council that allowed itself, through its Registrar General, to be a puppet on the string that people should hold for basically compromising this case. Not me. I got my licensure with a clear understanding. Because you don't want to stand up and say what is right, you go ahead and you start playing games. And people don't know. This lady, no, I'm going to say that people don't know this lady is from a solid background. So a lot of people are also interested in knowing the findings. So therefore, I don't want to say a whole lot, but at some point in time, you're on this platform, and like I said, one of the presentations will be done right here for everyone to see.
So my last question to you, So I take that because when you went to the country, in fact, before you went there, the other party, Mr. Jackson family, they did a press release that you were coming to the country and everything and blah 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 blah. And so I take that you guys had a scope of work, you guys had deliverables, and the money was agreed upon. You signed, I know you said they didn't sign a written consent, but you agree upon that aspect of it, the money, the scope of work, the deliverables. Yes. So I'm not done yet. No, I'm not done yet. So y'all did all of that. So why it is true now, you're saying that the public need to know the report and what is in there and all of that. If the family, and I get what you're saying, obviously, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that that you're not happy because either they didn't pay your balance money or they hire another pathologist. But if the family say, we don't want you to release this report, would you still release the report? And also, why should they trust your report anyway, given all of what you're sharing today, threatening to release the report and this and that and all of that? Why should they trust your report?
Beautiful questions. So, one, the family cannot say that I should not release the report because what is the binding contract? You see that there are laws when it comes to having contractual agreements. Okay, if they knew that they had these plans, why did they bring me into the case? That would be that's the first counter. Okay, so they cannot tell me to not release the report. If they tell me to not release the report, why is it that they don't want me to release the report? That would be don't you think that would raise a lot of suspicion?
No, release it to them, not to the public. Because I hire you, release the report to me. You give it to me because I contacted you.
But if you don't, when you have not fulfilled your end of the bargain, how am I going to release a report to you?
Then you take me to court.
No, I don't have to take you to court because if I go to court, the court is going to ask for, and my lawyer will ask me for a copy of the contractual agreement. So you see, there's no contractual agreement. How can I take you to court? If I was to come to your house right now and cut the grass, and then I tell you to pay, and you say that you didn't ask me to cut the grass, how can I take action against you? You didn't hire my services. There's nothing contractual, so it will be considered just as an act of goodwill.
How will you enter a gentleman agreement with such a big case and given the magnitude of that case? I find it hard to believe, though. But I move on. That's a comment. Let somebody else take over.
Somebody can show me the documents that I missed.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I told you all this week, grab your popcorn, grab your soda, all your friends, whether it is your Budweiser, your King Juice, or if you're from Lo-Fi, you like your little palm wine. This is the time because this one is not easy to get. Let me work out Honorable Jackson Seaton. I'm from Grand Bassa County. We don't drink either one of those. We drink only wine.
Thank you. I know you're drinking palm wine.
No. Grape wine.
Well, good evening, folks. I'm happy to be on the show. I think the topic on the discussion is very important. I don't know if I have the time now because I've been listening to
go ahead, sir.
Doc, I just want to ask a simple question.
No question, a simple question. Go ahead.
You remember the
I don't know.
King said, I want to ask you.
I don't know where you did your studies from.
Oh, no.
And I'm not here to question that. But have you heard about the law in the United States? It's called HIPAA.
Yes, I'm aware of HIPAA laws.
Okay. So HIPAA law says that you don't release somebody's medical records without their consent or without their without their representative consent. And you are saying here tonight that you don't have any contractual agreement with the Jackson family. Is that true?
That is true.
Well, if you don't have an agreement with them, then what prompted you to conduct an autopsy?
Oh boy, I don't know if somebody else but the fourth time I come to answer the question.
Sorry, he just came on the show. He answered.
So yeah,
Dr. Cooper,
let me get to.
Hold on, one minute, Dr. Cooper. Listen, Jackson, you from Sando. Y'all let come to school late.
Yeah.
You come to class late and he put a teacher all these questions were answered. That's what we always tell you. But don't hold us back.
Okay, I will not hold you guys back, but let's move on.
So,
I'm sure I will get the grace of it.
Okay,
Doctor, hold on a minute. This is the last time, I promise you. This is the last time you're going to repeat yourself here. So just do it for the last time. After this time, when they come, I will just cut them off.
Okay. All right. So I did the autopsy based on the written requests from the lead counsel, as well as the court order that was put into effect by Criminal Code A. So those were the two elements of authorization that I relied upon to do the autopsy. Okay.
Yeah. Now let me just push back a little bit. Don't you think you err by conducting this autopsy without a written contract?
No, and I will tell you why. I went into this case for one reason and one reason only. You see, okay, let me answer that. I will say what I want to say. I went into this case for one reason and one reason only. And the reason was to be able to bring the truth to light. That was my own personal conviction. Okay. I've been in this business for years. I collect my money, my documents up front. But I decided that, okay, I was going to proceed and do the exam because my goal, that was my own decision. My goal was to bring truth to light because I was already running counterintelligence when this death took place. You see? And my goal again was to bring truth to light. So I didn't come to Liberia before I heard that she had died. You see? So that is one thing, and that's how I operate with a lot of cases. So when a person dies in Liberia under any questionable circumstances, okay, my boots on the ground, they know exactly what to do. So basically that.
Basically, you had an ulterior motive.
What is the ulterior motive?
Because you just said that you already had intelligence and on the ground. That's why you decided to take up this case. So in other words, you are implying that you had an ulterior motive.
That is not the definition. No, that is not the definition of ulterior motive. Because the ulterior motive would be to use this case to maybe bribe somebody or to extort money from somebody. Our lady died under questionable circumstances. It requires the skill set that I have. You see, the skill set that I have.
The question is, what interest do you have in this case? Because as a pathologist, you must be contacted, you must be contracted before you conduct an autopsy. Because this is a legal situation. I'm just being a devil advocate here.
No, but your devil advocacy is weak. And here's why. I'm a Liberian citizen. Okay, good. I'm a Liberian citizen. If I want to go and sweep from Sincor all the way to Broad Street, that's my prerogative as a Liberian citizen. You see, that is my entitlement to help other Liberians. That is my sole entitlement, just like you have yours. So any way I want help, I won't go to the Ministry of Finance, watch their flow. I won't go to Health Ministry and scrub the backyard. That's my prerogative. You see?
Well, so that's why we'll have to move on, but I think, and I don't want to pass judgment, but I think, honestly, you are not professional in this whole situation. And that's not
so the part that the other people, they didn't sign the agreement. You see, I've been unprofessional. I who want to speak the truth for somebody's daughter that died. Then you say I'm not being professional. How does that sound?
We're coming. Let me send a special greeting to Beata Stella Herring. Our sister is doing very well. She went through a health scare, and I've been watching her follow you, Beata. We are praying for you. Continue the physical therapy. I see now you are walking, you are dancing, you are singing. Beautiful. Good for you. We are praying for you. It always starts in the head. What is on your mind? If your mind say you can do it, you can do it. Give it all you got. We look forward to seeing you in person. Thank you very much for your doctors. All of you who have been praying for this woman, thank you very much for your prayer. All your Provident Baptist people, I know they don't like us, but in this time we always get together and pray for you. And we pray that you do well. Thank you very much for tuning in. It is just an honor to have you on here. God is good all the time. Dr. Rockefeller, let's talk about your advocacy. Are you now an advocate or finders of truth? It looks like you are more now of an advocate now than actually. Because a pathologist or medical doctor, your job is to be totally removed from the situation. You are the finders of truth, and let it shape forward whatever they may. But at this point, you are saying this lady may have died on some circumstances that deserve more investigation. It sounds like you are more of an advocate now than professional.
Well, let me address that. So you rightfully heard, I think her name is is it Telvi?
Yes.
The lady that, okay. You heard what she said, right? She had been following for years, and there always been, issues regarding these type of cases. Okay. My goal is to bring truth to bear. If a person die of natural causes, then people do die. They die of natural causes. You see, then you don't try to suppress the freedom or liberty of another person. If a person dies under questionable circumstances and there's foul play, then again, that should also now be looked into, for the investigation to move further. You see, I particularly went into my field knowing that it was not something that's common in Liberia, and for the very same reason that we have today. You see, the issue here as to why I must say is because of what the Liberia Medical and Dental Council did. You see, they went to start castigating lies against me, saying who I am not and what I'm portraying to be. They went being very unprofessional through its Registrar General, going to social media to launch, attacks against me and to spread lies and misinformation and disinformation about me. That's why, we are in the situation that we are in now. You see, it is because of them, their actions that was used in cahoot with the Ministry of Justice, that the Supreme Court has decided to basically render a judgment, which has also subjected me to public ridicule and to have me face, a lot of embarrassing moments because I have to keep explaining myself to people and people who know the truth and asking me, it's just been a mess and a complete waste of time. You see, trying to justify and explain. So the issue here, when people want to talk about being unprofessional, they should also let them revert to the Liberian Medical and Dental Council. Don't come to me. I was qualified, to do a certain task. I carried out the task once, there was no issue. I did it the second time. Then now you allow yourself to be used as a puppet on the string when you're supposed to be a stand-alone entity. And then, you decide to basically injure an investigation, a very serious and high-profile investigation in the country, all because you want to suppress Rockefeller Cooper. You see? So that's where that you people need to be looking at as well, in my opinion.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Rockefeller. Most people, like he said, they are comfortable to they think Rockefeller is the last name because the Rockefeller name in the United States is a last name, very popular. The Rockefeller family, so they usually call it Dr. Rockefeller, but Rockefeller is his first name. Cooper is his family name. So Dr. Cooper would be preferable, but guess what? Everybody knows him not as Dr. Cooper, but as Dr. Rockefeller. So,
well, yeah, that is very common, even here, so that's okay,
That's okay. Good. So he has no issue with it. But yes, we have Dr. Rockefeller Cooper as our guest today. You know, there are times when most of you, everybody here, we say we all work very hard for whatever certification you have, whatever education you have. And at times it is worth defending. It is worth fighting for. Sometimes you wonder, what is it about Dr. Cooper that today, when he on their side, he's qualified? If he doesn't work that they don't like, then he's not qualified. But they keep bringing him back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes I need to, it bothers me sometimes because there are times he does work in Liberia and it's acceptable. They glorify it. But it looks like when the result doesn't square with what they want, then all of a sudden he's not qualified. But that's my own opinion.
I have one quick question, please.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Dr. Cooper, what ethical standards do you have in your?
I can't hear you. There's some noise from somewhere.
Coming from him.
I'm going to relay. Yeah, go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
So I'm asking, what ethical standards are you governed by in your practice? I'm listening to what Brother Sidon was talking about in terms of your action, and try to also respect your action that you keep on the ground and you try to conduct investigation. And for me, I don't have any doubt about that because we have journalists that can perform investigative, journalism without being invited on a particular landmark case or landmark situation. But I just want to know from you, what ethical standards govern your action?
So yes, good question. So I'm governed by all the ethical standards that you can possibly think about. The moral to my statement is, based on the actions of the defense, I don't owe them anything. That is the moral to the story. Okay? So it's not like, of course, I'm not going now. I tell you this. The public will get to know my autopsy findings because I owe it to the public. Because understand now, I was not going to present it to the public. It was going to be presented in court. But the court has said in its order that basically my autopsy is trash, is moot. Okay? And I know that it is not. So that's why you heard Mr. Gayman saying that when I do cases, if it's in favor of them, which he's talking about the government, then is okay. If it's not in favor of them, then it's not okay. And this is the opinion that a lot of Liberians have. You see, so that was just to just say in a nutshell that because of what they've done, there's no obligation for me to send any report to the defense team. You see, so what's going to happen is at some point in time, my findings will be presented so that people will know from the other side. The thing is a coin. A coin has two sides. You see, you can't say a coin has just one side and then you want to consider to be a coin. So it's just to say, to discuss what exactly happened. That's all.
Excellent. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh. Sarah, welcome to the show.
I have a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. I want to say hi to everyone on the panel and also hi to our guest panelists on the show, Dr. Rockefeller Cooper. Thank you so much for coming to give us some information on this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, you are a medical practitioner. You are a nurse. So you've been following, right? Because what we are talking about here, we don't want to go all the way back. So what's your name and all that?
No, I've been following.
Okay, good. I'm very happy that you've been following. Tell me, you say you had a question. Go ahead, then I'll go to Victor.
Yes. Question, comment. And
I
apologize. I'm listening with deep interest. Obviously, I love forensics. Mr. Gayman, I want to make this point. And Mr. Cooper. Wait, before I go to my question, your brother? Dr. Cooper. Your brother? Lijen Cooper is your relative?
Wait, who?
Lijen Cooper is your relative?
Well, I've got Coopers on both sides of my family, so there's a possibility.
Never mind. Okay. But regardless, so the issue had never been, about the findings, whether you're on the other side or the other side. It's always been the credentials. From Manaseli time to George Weah time. I think there were 3 missing boys taken when you came in town. There was the issue back and forth. with the Justice Ministry, this whole credential thing. So it's always been a credential. It's never been, the findings therein. So I think we need to just establish that, Mr. Gayman. How you say, oh, we're on the other side, then the people not accepting of the result. No, it's been consistent over almost 12, 18 years about the credential. That's all it's been.
So,
I don't know if it's been resolved.
Let me push back a little bit here, because after, when you talk about the 3 missing boys, after they denigrated and did everything about Dr. Cooper's reputation, when the government came in, they did their own finding. The police Department of Justice says that everything that Cooper said in that forensic turned out to be exactly the case was closed. So this is what I'm talking about. The Gregory Kromah did his findings. He said the report from the previous government, the autopsy, everything that was done was legit, and the case was closed. The finding was that they drowned. This is what I'm saying. They want to use his report to their advantage, and then when it goes against that, they want to trash it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it still doesn't negate the fact that the credentials have been questionable over the years or over the decade.
Okay, so let me address that. So the both of you are right with information that you are quoting. So let me start with saying ladies first. Let me start with Ms. Kelvin. In Liberia, the perception over the years has been only a pathologist can perform autopsies, which is not true. Let me sidetrack. In Liberia, a general practitioner can perform a C-section to deliver a baby or babies. A surgeon can also perform a C-section to deliver a baby or babies. And of course, an OBGYN specialist can do the same. Okay, so there's no rule, by the way, which says that only a pathologist can perform autopsies. That's the first mistake. The second mistake is thinking that a pathologist who is not forensically trained can perform a forensic autopsy. That has been one of the national wrecks that we have had, over the past years. All right. A doctor, a medical doctor who has training in forensic medicine and the conduction of forensic autopsy can indeed perform a forensic post-mortem exam, period. The word autopsy means to see for itself. To see for oneself. So for example, as you are sitting there right now, you can decide to do, and if you were to do an autopsy on the Liberian economy, you may be looking at hardships, for example, that's felt in the country now, as compared to hardships that were felt during the Weah administration or even that of Madam Salif. Okay? Because what you are doing is you are dissecting and you are presenting the facts, what you see. Post-mortem, which means after death. Autopsy means that to see for yourself what you can find after death. Now, you must have the trained eyes to conduct that procedure. And if you don't, and a country is relying on the one-size-fits-all system, then you're going to have that issue. And they don't understand in Liberia that basically everything that I just explained, which unfortunately you came late, but I did a full breakdown for Mr. Pewee on the difference between a forensic medical legal death investigator. And okay, good. Okay, very good. Okay, I'm glad you heard the breakdown. You see, so in Liberia, if we're not open to the to the realm of reality, we have problems. You go to the eye clinic, you have the optometrist, and you have the ophthalmologist. Okay, the optometrist will help you with your vision with your glasses. The ophthalmologist is the one that's going to cure your cataract by performing cataract surgery. You're not going to have a flip-flop. Do those two professionals deal with the human eyes? Yes, they do. Do they both have their distinct roles? Yes, they do. You got your cataract, you go and the optometrist give you your glasses. You're not going to do any better. You got to remove, the cataract before you'll be able to see. You remove the cataract and you don't have an optometrist to give you the right prescription. then you have problem if you just decide to just buy any glasses and wear because you don't know whether you're short-sighted or you're far-sighted. You see? But the problem in Liberia is, is the mental rigidity. You see, in my case, I presented documentations to give a breakdown. I had to do the research to give the LMDC documentation as to how things are done in the modern world. Why would I be doing something that I'm not qualified to do according to them in the United States, and I have not yet gone to prison, or I have not yet been fined? Let's assume that I'm so special. I have not even been fined $1 or a teaspoon of salt for doing something illegal. That will come to Liberia to do what? You see? So the problem here is, and then also what most people don't know is that between midnight and 5 o'clock in the morning, that's when big things happen. In the daytime, I may call you ugly, but late at night is when now I want to hail you as being the most beautiful woman that I've ever seen. You see, that's the same thing that's the same problem that I face. That's why I said before that I'm consistent. Let me be known for being a troublemaker and giving the government a hard time as they have always been putting it when it comes to death investigation, then for me to flip-flop. I cannot afford to deceive the Liberian people through the kind of work that I do. That's not going to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. That was just a comment passing my question. My actual question to you is, I'm looking at our United States Court of Appeal in the 11th Circuit Court against you as a plaintiff versus Jefferson County Coroner and Medical Examiner Office. Can you speak to that case?
Yes. So I filed a racial discrimination case against the Jefferson County Coroner's Office because I was being harassed at work and wrongfully treated. The color of a man's skin should not be a sin or a game that he cannot win. So that's that.
And what was the outcome of that lawsuit?
Yes, I lost at trial during the trial. Yes, so I lost. I proceeded as a pro se because no lawyer in the district wanted to take my case, so I had to study law by night and to take it. This was in federal court that I sued in. So I was able to.
Why you think that is important? I think that unraveled that a little bit. Why first and foremost no lawyer wanted to take your case? Is it because of this?
Oh yes, because one thing you need to understand is that I'm in the deep south. That's one. Yeah. Number two, lawyers you need to understand is the big boys club. Those are the most dangerous set of people that you can deal with. You better know how you're dealing with them. So because when you take up a case, what's going to happen is you're gonna get flagged in the system. Okay, it's a whole, which I found is a whole network. So they kept telling me I didn't have a case, but I didn't have a case. How did I manage to beat them at motion of summary judgment, beat them through other motions, and I made it all the way to trial? You see, so it was based on, there was some technical issues that came about because, for example, I couldn't prove a person using the word nigger, and so that was that was one thing the court basically said on.
You couldn't prove it. It should be dismissed. You think it was fair?
But of course, nobody in a racial discrimination case is going to look at you and just call you that. In this day and time, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see that happening because obviously that is a recipe for an obvious loss. So it is not going to. So of course that could not have been proven. But the bottom line is that is to show you. Oh, I'm glad she actually brought the case up. That is to show you that I'm a person of substance. I believe in what is right, and I always fight for my rights and the rights of others. So I'm glad you said that, so at least people who are listening will also know that if I can fight for myself, I'm willing to fight for others, and that's what happened in U.S. federal court. I proceeded and defended myself.
The reason that predicated your lawsuit, have you seen any changes in those lines against your person?
Well, the thing about it is I was working for an entity, so whatever is happening there now that I'm no longer there, I'm at peace at where I'm at, so it doesn't matter. I'm not looking to see whether there's any changes there.
Okay, let me go to Sarah. Sarah W., you just coming?
Yeah.
So how many times you gonna jump over me now?
Oh, listen, man. I look at a beautiful face.
Now your CMC brother.
I'm looking at a beautiful face with no hair on his face.
Now your CMC brother.
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Cooper, I want to say thank you
The
for
message
coming.
you progressive.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you. Someone was laughing. I couldn't hear. Okay, yeah, go ahead, please.
I said thank you for coming on the show, and I agree with you 100% that the lawyers in this country, they are all in the network, because I know of a case that happened with somebody and they're all in cahoots. That's a fact. They are all in cahoots, one way or the other. But I will leave it at that. This kid, I mean, are you, so somebody was asking you whether you're an advocate or you just did or went to do the forensic based on the fact, like you said, you want to bring the truth to light, right? You want
not that I want to bring the truth to light. The truth will be brought to light because my work ethics, okay, and my training always result into that, because 1 + 1 = 2 no matter where you go, right? So that's what's going to happen. But maybe I didn't answer the question. So technically, no, I'm not an advocate per se. I'm just a Liberian who wants to see the right thing done in his country. That's all.
Okay, because I was going to ask you that there was an abrupt death case that happened, I think, at the Pennsylvania mayor's residence. They said the girlfriend went to visit him and she died abruptly. And this government, just as they went rushing to investigate Samuel Jackson's late wife, may her soul rest in peace. Of course, all of us want justice for her if somebody did something wrong to her. Why are they not rushing to go investigate this other case? So I was thinking, if you're an advocate, why can't you take on that case as well?
Well, so the thing is, the government has the how do I say it? Yeah, so government has the primary possession of a deceased individual when that person dies, especially under questionable circumstances. Okay, so the problem here is Liberia does not have a standardized death investigation system, because I see where you're coming from. So because regardless, and it's not like it happened this way and y'all did this one and it happened that way, y'all did the other one. You must have a standardized system in place where things are going to flow as they are supposed to flow.
Right.
You see? Yes. And then, you bring out this fact, because these things don't alter well.
Okay.
You see?
So my question to follow up on that is, like in the United States, you've been working in this field for long. Whenever there is an abrupt death situation, is there a standardized investigation right away in terms of autopsy being done?
Yes. So if that happens, so from what I'm gathering from you, that probably happened at least over a week ago, right?
Right.
Just time wise, yeah. So basically, she would have been autopsied. That body would have been at the funeral home by now, being prepared for funeral rites. So without the system, you see, let me say this. The problem we have in Liberia currently is with the laws. I think the laws, especially, so the lawyers, or they don't say you're not a lawyer, what you want to say, especially as it relates to death investigation, needs to be overhauled. One of the reasons why Liberia has been deceived over the years when it comes to death investigation is because Liberia, as it relates to the Constitution, has only been interested in the cause of death. Now, the cause of death, is basically cutting yourself short, because look at it this way. If we were on a boat ride, okay, and you decided to jump overboard to swim, knowing that you're not a swimmer, whatever got in your head, okay, and you drown, yes, the cause of death is drowning, but that is suicidal. You see?
Right.
If I push you overboard, okay, and even if you were a good swimmer, but maybe you were not expecting it and your head struck a rock or so, and you drown, that is homicidal.
That's right.
You see? You drown, but it's homicidal. Now, if you were sitting for whatever reason and you fell overboard and you drown, then it's accidental.
Right.
You see? So you see the 3 examples that I gave you, right? The drowning, okay, the drowning, but so how is this going to be handled? Did she jump? Did she commit suicide? Maybe the boyfriend made her vex, so she won't take her life. She's so frustrated because that's the only man that she can see. So she jumped overboard, she drowned. That's suicide.
Right.
The other man want you want to accept your proposal, you want a boat ride where he did it to cover up his act and he pushed you over and then you drown and then came out and said, oh, she fell over. No, she didn't fall over. You push her over. That's homicide.
Right.
Then the other one, you slip and you fell in and you drowned because the other put out on the boat where you couldn't swim. And everybody get there, and you drown. That was an accidental death.
Right.
You see? So people have been coming to Liberia doing cases and they would just sell all kinds of stories to the government, and then and then what they would say, well, the pathologist came and did the exam, and did the autopsy, and that's it, and then we'll move on. That's why someone like me, as Ms. Shelby rightfully said, over the years, my name has always been there when it comes to these cases because I know what is supposed to happen. But you see, here is the problem: when your country does not appreciate you, okay, then you have these type of things coming. This is the post-war state, okay? Instead of Liberia trying to embrace, and this is not just me, there are so many other professionals, okay, that go through the same thing. It's not a crime because some of us came overseas and, we made life and we come back home. So it means that that you are more Liberian than us. Right. To where you want to just suppress, us for whatever reason. You see, but this is the climate that we are under in post-war Liberia, and indeed it is a sad story. And here we are today now involving this particular case. You see, so we have a far way to go.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you very much, Pewee. You wanted to follow up?
No, it's not be real.
Excuse me.
Well, let me win. Not because we're an African share. You keep going back to
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Listen, good to stand out. Yeah, you got to stand out. Real quick, Miata. When you are using StreamYard, we got only 10 slots.
The major for nobody fund fighting him.
When the 10 slots are filled, one of us have to drop off to bring somebody on, but that's how it is. But yeah, Victor,
man.
You found no one to fight today, so you fighting yourself. Go ahead.
I'm getting upstairs because this tradition. Yesterday I talked about Pambo and Kisar. They just in the chat and type me, I know Jim and brother, but you know what? I don't care. I myself can eat Pambo and Kisar, so I don't see the. Go ahead. But let me ask you this, right? And I'm asking this because you have indicated right here that you reserve the option to go and do a Netflix or to do a TikTok, which means you are at liberty, in spite of Mr. Jackson's concern about HIPAA and all of that, to discuss the content of this report. So I'm asking you, can you tell us? There have been a lot of speculation as to the laceration that we saw on the late Mr. Jackson's head. There are speculations that this may have happened either in a hospital or at home. Are you at liberty to discuss this?
You just have to be patient. When the time comes, I promise you. I told you already, I don't know you were here when I said it, but I owe it to Closing Argument and Care Radio. I will be doing a full-scale PowerPoint presentation, not because I don't owe obligation to no one, so that Intumbi voice will be heard. That's why I'm doing the autopsy. I'm not doing it because when I said to you, like doing something with Netflix or whatnot, it's just to let you know that basically I own the report because of how I was treated, you see, and the way how things were handled. So I own the report. And what I decided to do with it is to let the Liberian people know the truth, you see, because if somebody, because you got to understand now, the court has already trashed the report. The report means absolutely nothing. So let's just have, a little chat.
Oh,
yes, yes, it has. Okay, I think, you came a little late. So, but the judge wants me to testify in part only to what I did at the evidence I collected at the crime scene. The problem is that I collected evidence, physical evidence from her body as well. So I cannot testify in part. It has to be in whole. You see? So I'll do the presentation and everybody will see. But I cannot comment. Yeah, I heard people say things about what they noticed from pictures on social media, that what they saw, let them make their interpretation. When it's time for the presentation, trust me. I mean, you're on the show, you know, you will be here when I'm doing it. I will be in the same position and I will stop, I will present.
I hope you
and
know
the question will come.
We will exert our first option for disclosure before you go to your Netflix and your TikTok, just so you know.
No. That is to say, hey man, I've been saying it here over.
Come to us first. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll owe it to you. I'm telling you. So it will be so that the court of public opinion will be able to look, and then then they'll be able to say, well, okay, we think it's this. It are apples, then they know that fruits, right? It are
all right.
It are vegetables.
Since we can discuss the report here, and like you said, we'll exercise patience in a way. But then let me come back to you because I'm really trying to understand who Dr. Rockefeller Cooper is. And Telvi pointed to some of my concerns that I had. I don't know if you have some crew blowing you, but beside the Jefferson County and the Brouhaha that was, there, attended your practice there, I understand you and Emmanuel Cole also had a run-in. One of the guys who worked for the the medical council that you talked about. And now, even right here on this report we are discussing, you and the family seem to be a loggerhead. Why say you think that controversy seems to always be following in your wake?
Well, the thing about it is, for over the 10 more years that I've been working, especially like basically for myself, I have not had issues with families. I have dealt with people, families where the family member is sitting in prison, okay? And, and basically, I don't want to go into the nature of some of the cases, but I've been in cases where people were looking at serious crimes levied against them. Very, very serious crimes, okay? And I've never had issues. I've worked for the Nigerian community, the Ghanaian community, okay, as well. I've never had these problems. So if something is coming from Liberia, then I want you. The question you're asking is smart, but that question you can answer it. You need to start thinking in the back of your mind, and don't ask me any question. Whatever comes to your mind, keep it to yourself. And maybe tonight when you reflect on it, you'll be able to understand. Like I told you before, I told you on the show before, my first obligation is to the deceased. My second obligation is to help the legal system understand the rationale behind my findings. Then my third obligation is to the side that has hired me or secured my service.
Right.
So don't hire me and think that you're going to just tell me how to work. No, it's not going to happen. We'll shut it down right there and then. Okay, so I'm just letting you know how I operate here in the United States. Yes,
okay,
go ahead.
Let me get this. This is my last, and then Sylvester will take it over. I gotta really understand this, right? You are a forensic medical legal investigator. You're not a pathologist.
No.
You practice here in the States, but you do not practice pathology here in the States. Am I correct?
So no, you can't say you don't practice pathology. There is a correlationship. No, I'm not a pathologist. That's why I'm trying to correct you on how you answer the question. I know what you're asking. I'm not a pathologist.
Okay.
So
but do
here
you
in the
practice
States,
pathology at all?
well, I work closely with a pathologist. The question you're asking, so that's why I'm telling you, I do not practice. I'm not a pathologist. Right. So if your question is coming against the backdrop of how you're able to conduct autopsies, so I think I've answered that question before.
I know you say you were
autopsies. Yes.
That's what you said, right?
Yeah. Let me help you now so you understand. Post-mortem exams are not only conducted by a pathologist. It let me go into the hospital and demanding that only the doctor can give me an injection. The nurse shouldn't give me an injection.
Right.
Okay. When we know that they both can give injection, it doesn't mean because the nurse gives you injection that she is a doctor, right? Even though the doctor can give injection as well. So when I do the post-mortem exam, I secure the forensic, all of my forensic findings. Then I take the tissue specimen and I send it to the pathologist, where he's going to now process it to read under the microscope. Okay. Then I also send specimens to the toxicology lab, so the toxicologist will be able to run the sample to see, for example, what was in this person's body, okay, when they die. Then we put all of those findings together. So let me just give you a scenario. For example, a person died in a fire death. Okay, the fire service came and they put, turn the fire off, and they saw the body on the couch. You want to make sure that that person undergoes toxicology, because what if that person took some kind of medication, okay, that had them basically knocked out and they were incapacitated. They couldn't get up in time to escape, because now there were a lot of smoke, right? So they died from smoke inhalation. You see that? So you can't go to, so for example, in that particular case, yes, we'll do toxicology. The post-mortem basically will show, the finding as it relates to death by heat. Okay, if there was no other foul play, because that story can also have some other, flips and whips to where they're trying to give you the high-speed version. Okay, so you need. That's why I'm saying I explained earlier when Pewee were asking me about the role of the pathologist versus the medical legal death investigator. We have a close relationship, but it depends on how you are working.
I know you have a code. Look, I want to move on. I know you have a
bring your questions. I will answer them.
But the two of them are none. They're not the same. Let's establish that. You may have a close relationship, but the two are not the same.
No. They are not the same. So that's why I told you. I said, for example, in a hospital, you go there, you get checking, you need an injection. The nurse comes to give you the shot. You can't say no. You only want a doctor to give injection, right? Because they both work together. The nurse is going to do, play her part, and then the doctor, of course, on call is going to play his part. You see? So that's it. Just the same way. When you go to the hospital in the United States, they will draw blood and send it to lab. Where all the lab report, that doctor's hands are tied. So does the lab technician play a critical role in the process of healthcare? Most definitely. You see? So it's a complete framework when it comes to death investigation. And the reason why these frameworks have been put into place is because of the stress that comes with death investigation. For example,
what is it that you propose to do with the Jackson case? Did you go to do an investigation, or did you go to do a pathology?
No, again, you keep making a mistake. It's not to do a pathology. I went to do a post-mortem exam, a forensic post-mortem exam. At which point in time, tissue samples from the deceased were secured to send for both histopathology studies and toxicology studies. Yes.
Okay, Dr. Cooper.
Yes.
Every country has their own requirement. Now that from early time to this time, they are insisting that you become a pathologist. Are you willing, or are you going to certify the country requirement by becoming a full-fledged pathologist?
No, and yes. So let me answer why. No, because we already passed that hurdle. The Liberia Medical and Dental Council accepted my format of the introduction of forensic medical legal death investigation. So meaning that I'm conducting post-mortem exams, and the role that is supposed to be played by a pathologist, it will be played by a pathologist. That is on record. My letter of application clearly states, so my ID number is FMLDI 001. I am the first registered forensic medical legal death investigator in the country. So that whole avenue is something that I introduced to the medical council. That's the first thing you need to know. How did we get to that point? Because we communicated, and I stated exactly what I'll be doing. So in the interest of bringing in new dynamics, it was accepted, and I was licensed. Becoming a pathologist is an option if I want to do. Now that one is my option. Okay. And then it also depends on becoming what kind of pathologist, because again, if I didn't have forensic autopsy training and forensic training in forensic medicine, okay, then I just going to become a general pathologist. It means that I'll be joining the bandwagon if I attempt to do forensic cases, because like I stated earlier, you have your clinical pathologists that will perform clinical autopsy, and you have your forensic pathologist or your forensic medical legal death investigator or your forensic medical examiner that will perform a forensic autopsy. So you got two types of autopsies, okay? At the end of the day, you're showing cause of death, but you come in one involving death from suspicious, questionable death and violent death. And the other one, clinical autopsy, is basically for teaching moments and to help develop blueprints in the hospital. You see? So look at it this way. If we were to look at it, if we were to do an autopsy on Liberia's readiness for any sort of outbreak, we can say that Liberia now is more prepared for Ebola than it did before, as well as for COVID, because blueprints were put from how we conducted the process of addressing Ebola back in 2014, I believe. We learned a lot from it, and blueprints were put in place. So the preparation is much more better than it was back then, if that makes any sense.
It's like, I have a question. If not,
go ahead, Tavi.
Question, comment first. So we followed the case. Obviously, I think the government did the pathologist did the first exam. We all heard about it. I haven't seen the report, but we heard about it. It was they had a news briefing about it. So in my mind, as a logical, educated woman, if there's going to be a second exam, it's going to be done by another pathologist to compare the two to see if they're the same results or they're different findings. I understand. You can let me finish my thought, and you can.
I'm listening to you.
So I understand your process flow. How you collect the specimen because you're not a pathologist and you send it off. But what threw me off as somebody first with in U.S. standard here as a professional again. I'm not a nurse. Sarah is a nurse, and I take a contract, especially in a court case, and then I send it off to Sarah, and Sarah do the examination and everything, and Sarah do the finding. The contract is not with Sarah, and Sarah cannot go testify in the court, but she sent her report. No judge going to take that, and nobody going to accept that as because the contract is with me. It's not with Sarah, and Sarah cannot testify to the findings within, and she didn't actually do the work. How this going to take it? So I'm taking it back with this whole. Yes, you're not a pathologist. They were looking for a comparable report. So I'm thrown off with the two,
okay,
what you did and how it should be accepted.
Okay, so let me, go ahead.
Let's answer both of them so I can give another person the time. I want to find out what's your relationship with the IG? I know you referenced the justice system and everything, but you took off the IG. But you holding the chief justice or whoever kind of board, but you took out the IG or the LMP. What is your relationship with the IG? Did the police help you with evidence or with facilitating this process? What is the role in your work?
Okay, so let me answer your question. I will start with the last one because your questions were a bit convoluted. So yes, I know the IG. I mean, he's a fellow Liberian citizen, just as I am. Number two, the LMP did not assist me with my work because I don't know what they were going to assist me with. So that's that. The other question you asked about basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, because like I said, your question was convoluted, so you can chime me, please.
If you need me to.
Yes. So no. Let's start. So the first part, right? Again, a pathologist is not the only one who conducts post-mortem exam. Just like here in the US, where you reside, you can be seen by a nurse practitioner in clinic, and you can also be seen by a family doctor in clinic as well. You're going to get the same standard of treatment that you got. It doesn't matter who you saw first. Okay, so that's that. The moral to that is, it's not about comparison, because a post-mortem exam, as I stated, can also be conducted by a forensic medical examiner and a forensic medical legal death investigator. So it's not about looking for another pathologist to compare the scene. That's not how the death investigation circuit works. Now, the next thing you asked about was we're sending specimens off, right? Even doing autopsies in Liberia, specimens are sent to Ghana. So you can't say that the court will not accept it, because you cannot force the pathologist that's even in Liberia to work as a toxicologist. So it has to go to the lab where it will be done. So it's nothing about contract. The issue of contract, again, even if I like them to put it aside, as a Liberian citizen, it is my fundamental right to do cases for free, or to do a particular case for free for a person. So the issue here is not about the contract. The issue here is about what was done and what can be done. You see? So I just want to give you that
the work you
insight.
did was outside your scope of work and you accepted it?
Wait, say that again. There was some noise. Say that again, please.
Is it fair to say that the work you did was outside the scope of work and you accepted it contractually?
What do you mean? It was not outside the scope of work. What do you mean? When I did a forensic post-mortem exam, that was not out of my scope. What I'm telling you is, when samples are sent out to the different labs, because that was the question that you asked. So I'm letting you know that the toxicology work is not something that has to be. It has to go. The specimens have to go to a lab so that it will be tested. Okay, the same way how you will send specimens off to any other lab, just like when you go to the hospital, the doctor saying you to go to the lab. Okay, it doesn't mean that the doctor is not a doctor, but he's not, he's not a laboratory technician to draw blood from you and then to process it in a lab. You see, even in Liberia, they send patients to the lab, and then the doctor waits on the lab results. Right? Am I right, Miss Sarah?
It's not a fair comparison. That's not my point. But we can move on. That's not a comparison.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Doctor.
After Mr. Sita, then.
Dr. Cooper. I'm not here to question your academic credentials. But I have a couple of questions and some concern that maybe you may speak to, or you may not speak to that.
Sure, bring it.
Number one, you during one of your presentations, you indicated that you study law, right?
Study law?
Yeah, you said that.
No. I said when I went to court, because I did not have, the lawyers did not want to. It was difficult to find a lawyer to represent me. I basically had to study the laws in order to push my case. So here's the thing: when you submit your case,
I get that. Now, my question to you.
Yeah.
Somebody dies in Liberia.
Okay.
And under mysterious circumstances, you are approached by the family. You are a medical investigator, or MD. You are approached by the family to conduct a post-mortem autopsy. Now, by the U.S. standard, because you practice in America, if a family calls you to conduct a post-mortem autopsy, there must be some legal document will be signed to protect you and to protect the family. Was that done in? Because I know, was that done in the Samuel Jackson Webb case?
No.
Arrest.
Excellent. The prosecutor arrested his case. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, you've been sitting there for a while.
Yeah, I will be running this song on that. Yeah, thank you. But listen, I mean, we started this with Dr. Dopoh, and let me confess openly. I love to see young people aspiring for the higher height, if you will, and let me comment even the tenacity first and foremost to get involved into these sort of things, and you have an impeccable dossier in your knee, if you will, and something that I would refer to as a consummate professional. In other words, a kind of a career investigator. You've been doing this for some time. But I want us to go back a little bit about this case as to the engagement pattern in these kind of forensic investigations. There was because when I first heard you say you are first loyal to the victim, even I think the family came almost 10 or so, all those lines. There was when this case came about, the government brought a pathologist to conduct this autopsy on the remains of Mrs. Jackson. And countering that from our information, if I'm wrong, you comment, countering that from our information, the family of Mr. Jackson through his lawyer attempted or contacted you. And the reason, I guess you agree with me here, this not basically just a late interaction I want to have with you. You agree to do that. The intent of that engagement, that contractual engagement with you, was to follow counter any autopsy done on behalf of the government by the pathologist they hire, so that they will see and go in court and counter anything, because they didn't know the facts. So they hire you for that. And around the world, families will hire private pathologists or investigators to conduct their own SAR, so that they will move and present that as a counter to what the government will do. So they will correlate. Tevi said something very profound just now.
No, you're mistaken.
Do you agree? No, I'm not.
No, you asked me to interject if I disagree, right?
Yeah.
You asked me to do that. That's what I did. I was not trying to interrupt you because you asked me to interject.
Yeah, you saw a mistake.
So, yes. So there are a couple of mistakes you made. So in the beginning, you said that the government brought in a pathologist. It would seem as though they brought someone in country. No, the government had an autopsy done by one of the pathologists that's in Liberia.
It can be both in country or where they brought it.
Okay, no problem. Let's go with it so we don't get into the semantics. Okay.
Yes.
Now, number one, it is not documented, and I'm saying this because your question could lead, could be somewhat misleading, and this is what I mean. It is not documented that I'm expected or was expected to give a particular finding from my autopsy.
Let me hold you there. The lawyer of Samuel Jackson clearly stated. Probably you didn't follow that. And again, so maybe the duty is why you didn't follow.
Clearly stated what now? Because I received the letter.
They are bringing it because they don't trust the report coming from that pathology.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me ask you a question, and that question is to answer, right? You're bringing me to counter. Okay. Now let me ask you this: let's just say, the case was a palm tree, and the local pathologist said that he went to do the autopsy and he discovered a palm tree. Do you want me to come and stand before the world and say that no, it was a purple tree, when it's possible that other people will look at it and see that indeed it was a palm tree? Is that what you're alluding to?
Absolutely not. But listen, and it's good that you just brought that. Your analogy.
Because the statement that you made, you see, you're being a little exact. That for me to come and counter, that means that it's premeditated, that I'm agreeing to come just in opposition. And like I said before, nobody knows the outcome of my investigation. Not the government, not even the defense counsel. So right now, everybody is in suspense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know this, Chief, and let me quickly say that I have the rest of other people to come in here. I'm not saying that property scenario and palm tree, it does not hold here in terms of forensic. You the forensic person, right?
No, I didn't. I didn't to be from a layman's standpoint.
Before you came in, the lawyer, Mr. Jackson and his family, heavily, vehemently, let me put it that way, detested the government pathology. They said that pathology was not fair, they wouldn't give them a good outcome. So they were reaching up to one Dr. Rockefeller Cooper to come and perform their side of it. It was just a little bit shocking, and I just want to push that point out as to if you went through all of the necessary to check boxes before you engage it. But yes, my point is, if I end here, then you take time as I have to run to get something quick. Before going to the first and foremost to perform this job, when you got this, and you continue to say that there are certain people that are trying to thwart this whole thing. Who do you think, as a professional forensic, legal, medical death investigator, who do you think is behind this whole thing about trying to torpedo or thwart this thing? Because you said it time to time. It is the dental council. Is it the family of Mr. Jackson? Because if you just say these things and that don't answer story here.
But I've answered. Let me answer it again. I made it clear here, and Mr. Gayman, I think he was the one that I actually addressed that to your question of his. The Liberia Medical and Dental Council is the entity that I'm holding fully responsible for the possible compromise of this case, and it is based on the fact that they should have acted as a standalone entity, not to be trying to send background, channels, communication through background channels to the Ministry of Justice to basically water down my qualification. The thing is in black and white. I'm not telling you based on assumption. Okay. So that is why I'm holding.
2 seconds, and you turn it up.
So I can recognize Robert Garguah.
Yeah, 2 seconds and the one. Are you by any chance in any kind of a conflict with the family and the lawyer of Mr. Jackson?
I'm not in any conflict as far as I'm concerned. I'm in a very comfortable position. Why would I be in conflict?
To put a report on social media if you are not giving the report to them?
Because the court, after ordering me to do the autopsy, capitulated based on wrongful information provided by them to say valid, then that's fine. The world needs to know what I did. Because some people, even though it's clear in the media that the autopsy was done, some people already starting to accuse me of being, that I didn't do autopsy, that I took money and didn't do the autopsy, the government blocked the autopsy, all kinds of things. So besides that, so like I said, okay, it's just for me to present to the, to the court of public opinion, and nobody. You're free. You want to watch it, you watch it. You won't watch it, you leave with it. Besides that, I'm obligated to speaking on behalf of the dead. So that free information. You want it, you take it. You don't want it, you close your eye, you close your ear, you go to sleep. I'm not doing anything. I want movie theater where people come in, they pay and buying tickets to come and see me. No. It's all clear platform.
Can you be sued for that?
Thank you.
If I come again?
Can you be sued for that?
Oh, I would love to, because that is, that is what I want to happen. And let's see, but trust me, the possibility of me being sued for that is very slim. Trust me, I know. You see, there are some things that I don't want to say here, and Pewee's question is a bit tempting, but I'm just going to swallow it. There's something, but trust me, suing me is not going to be a possibility. People get tried, but let me just say that it's not going to be a success. I promise you.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
If you, Honorable Pewee and Telvi, those of you who've been here close to 2 hours, it's time for you to take a walk and stretch your legs. Dr. Rockefeller, I promise you 2 hours. We got about another 15 minutes with you. We appreciate you. We got a question for you before I go to Robert Garguah. Honorable Kehleboe Gongloe, you got a question?
Yes, I have a simple question here.
I want Dr. Rockefeller to say whether he has ever conducted an independent autopsy in the U.S.
Oh,
thank you.
Okay, let me answer the question. So to make it simple, that is how I butter my bread and I sugar my tea. I think I made it clear that I run an autopsy service. So that answered it. I said that before, didn't I?
Yes. And you can tell that Rockefeller Cooper is from upriver. What you say you do that with the butter and the tea?
Oh, butter my bread and sugar my tea.
And butter the bread and sugar my tea. I like that. Rockefeller, if you can stand up and move around a little bit, that's fine. You're a doctor. I don't have to tell you. Robert, your question. And then after you will go to Mr. Nagbe, let me stand up and stretch my leg as well.
Thank you. Listen, I've been following the conversation, and I don't want to sound redundant, but I'm not sure if this was asked, and if it was, I'm not sure if it was answered adequately. So, Doc, let me ask you this question: as a certified forensic medical legal death investigator, are you licensed to conduct autopsies?
Okay, so like I stated before, yes, I'm certified to conduct forensic death investigation, which includes everything from the scene as well as examining the body.
But isn't just for educational purposes? Isn't just based on what you are certified as? Am I right when I say that your primary role for which you are licensed is to investigate the circumstances surrounding death? No, I'm just asking, just for education purposes.
So basically, you are you're concluding what I just said, right? So I have to do, a post-mortem in order to, to decipher the circumstances surrounding the person's death.
Right.
So yes.
But you are not a pathologist.
No, I am not. And like I mentioned to others that came on, a post-mortem exam is not only conducted by pathologists.
But it may not only be conducted by pathologists, but for professional purposes and what have you, you would agree that professionally that's their core responsibility.
No, I cannot agree, because forensic medical legal death investigators are professionals. So it's not something.
They are professionals, but if you look at the record, it's not a whole lot of certified professional forensic death legal death investigator that does autopsy, because that's not part of their core responsibilities.
No, just the same way how in the United States you do not even have 1,000 forensic pathologists, but you got almost 1,000 internists probably in your community or your county, right? So forensic medical examiners and forensic medical legal death investigators were brought into the picture to help to facilitate the process. Because, for example, I don't know where you stay, but you are expected as a forensic pathologist, and they get burned out because they are expected to do about 240 autopsies per year. That is 20 autopsies per month, 5 autopsies per week. And all of those cases got reports. Then you got to testify in court. So you even have some of these pathologists that have retired. They're still going to court to testify on cases that they did 3-4 years after, retirement. And it's very burdensome. So instead of, letting the profession to die down, okay, because people do get advice on the medical profession that they want to go into. Like, for example, if you like dealing with children, you go to a pediatrician. If you want to OBGYN, dealing pregnant women, you go that route as well. So these avenues have been created. So now I will agree with you that there's not a huge number of forensic medical legal death investigators in the country. And that's just what it is, but at the same time,
And because of that, not a culture. I just because excuse my ignorance. I just been a bit confused when I look at because
Yes.
I did look you up and again you obviously you are an educated man, very articulate, very smart, and so I don't think no one will question your education, but I think the issue folks are having my confusion is that to your point that you just made there are few folks in the U.S. that are certified forensic legal death investigator and that have gone on to become pathologists to be licensed to carry out professional autopsies in this country and in places like you in Sweden for instance and others and so I'm asking you this question because I was trying to figure out why is it that kids after kids that have involved you have the courts in Liberia have raised question, and now this could be targeting, this could be political because we'll politicize everything in Liberia, but there have been cases where you've been your credentials and your credibility has been brought to question. For example, the 2022 Odell Sherman case, where you were hired by the family to conduct an autopsy. The government objected to that. And of course, you gave your opinion on the Flomo case in 2025. And then now we're talking about the tuning case. So I'm trying to figure out why is it that time after time, different government after the other, why have they not respected your credentials to carry out autopsy as an independent forensic medical legal death investigator?
Okay, good. So I can answer now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay. So, and it was kind of convoluted as well. So correct me where I'm going off track. Now, so Odell Sherman was 2019.
Yes.
Yes. So I went to Liberia as a forensic death investigator. The problem here in Liberia is, like I just mentioned to someone earlier, the country lacks a death investigation system. So because of that, the key players and their roles, as you will see in the Western world, does not exist in Liberia because they don't know about it. When a person dies in Liberia, the coroner, who, I got no problem with him. He doesn't even have a degree in biology. But do you know that the coroner conducts a post-mortem exam, which technically speaking is the coroner conducting an autopsy, even though he did not even do biology 101? Yes, because autopsies, I don't know why this thing is so sensationalized in Liberia. Autopsy just means to see for yourself. Okay, self and then the see, self. So to see. So to see for yourself. So the coroner will go, they go to the funeral home, they do an external examination, there's no injury to the body, they document all of that. Most times the body is turned over to the family. So now, why is the government not saying that the coroner is not qualified to carry out a post-mortem exam? Because the government knows that it doesn't make sense. On the other hand, a person like Rockefeller will always be challenged because, like I said here before, between 12 o'clock midnight and 5 a.m. is when big things happen in the country. And I will always be challenged. I will always be fought because I'm not going to play ball. I will stand up for the facts, you see? And I don't mind going through these challenges, you see, because Liberia is not where I rely on to make my primary income. You see, the thing I'm looking for myself, what I'm trying to do, I do it all here stateside. So basically, the fact that I'm a Liberian, which I don't want to get into the whole thing of constitutional rights, but I would not sit down and let my rights be trampled upon. I had to go through the hassle of trying to get licensure with the LMDC because back in 2019, as you alluded to with the Odell Sherman case, The issue came up with medical license, but yet on the guidelines, there's absolutely nothing on the guidelines as in the book that govern it. In fact, the 2010 Amended Act, there's nothing there regarding death investigation. So everything that I proffered to them is basically an introduction from me. So I'm the one that has basically introduced forensic medicine to the Liberia Medical and Dental Council. Okay. The problem that we've had over the years is because I have been very critical on the incompetent autopsies that have been conducted. And so I was being seen as trying to basically embarrass the medical community in Liberia. So because of that, the goalposts have been changed over the years. Of late, like you rightfully alluded to the Big Buffalo case from last year, we now had an understanding after a lengthy conversation and exchange of documents, which part of those documents was a letter of application that was required for me to state what I want to do. The letter clearly states basically what I do here in the US. Right after that, an interview was set up for July 1st. I got license. Hold on there 1 second, folks. My earpiece about to. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my earpiece was dying. So yeah, okay. Yes, so basically I stated everything that we'll be doing just as it is in the US. The idea was welcoming. And then I was granted licensure. 24 days later, I worked under the same licensure as it relates to the post-mortem exam that I conducted on Big Boy Flomo. You see? So to come now, it cannot be where when it comes to one particular case, Dr. Rockefeller Cooper can do it. When it comes to another case, then he's not qualified to do it. You see? So why should I'm not a pancake that you're going to just keep flipping and flopping. You see? So this issue needs to be looked at, and which we are going to be doing so very soon. You see? So I didn't go and make up my own licensure. This was a process. This involves communication and documents to that effect. You see? And these documents, anybody anywhere can read it, and they will be able to uphold the fact. The issue here is, and that's one of the best questions I received tonight. Why is it that Rockefeller Cooper is always being challenged? So my thing to you is this: if you were in power, and if I was playing ball with you, giving you the results that you want, okay, of course you and I have problem with Rockefeller Cooper because you know he's the go-to guy, you know, to pacify the storm. But you see, some of us have fear of God. I cannot do certain things and then I be brave enough to get on my knees to pray. No. So if that's the case, then let's continue. Like I said, this whole thing in Liberia, and by the end of the day, this is also exposing a very serious issue in the country that's going to come about in due time. You see, raising this, going to Liberia, raising the, you see, I've also invested in opening my business in Liberia so there will be an autopsy service. Do you know what's happening in Liberia right now? God forbid, a loved one of yours dies, right? In Liberia. And the police feel that it deserves investigation. The body is sent to JFK. The body is there. The body is being inappropriately preserved because there's issues with preservation. Then they come and they tell you, say, oh, they come and call you. My man Robert, investigation going on. Y'all go bury the woman. You know, we get to you. Without any post-mortem done. I've seen it with my very own eyes. So I, as a Liberian citizen, my way of giving back to my fellow Liberians is to set up a shop in Liberia so that people will have an alternative. Do you also know that when families cry out that they want autopsies to be done, sometimes the government will tell them that, oh no, go and bring your own specialists. Now you tell me, look at the Liberian economy. You think the average Jew is able to bring somebody in country to come and do a forensic autopsy? Okay, even if the person is suspected and the government was embarrassed, you don't think that person that's coming who is a non-Liberian could also be sabotaged? For me, over the years, I have built my rapport. You see, I'm known to stand up for what is right, and so I cannot be compromised. So of course, I do not expect people to also see me as being a friendly character. You see, in fact, elements from the Ministry of Justice have already, complained to my lawyers in recent times that are always giving them a hard time. What's the hard time? I'm not begging you for money. I just hold you accountable for what you're doing. That's all. You see.
Thank you.
So
let me ask you one last question. Since and I'm glad I asked you the best question so far, even though I came to class late.
Okay, no problem.
But I'm just playing around.
The best student.
Teacher's pet.
But two last questions. Can you tell us what is the cost, a more reasonable cost, to conduct an autopsy in Liberia, and based on the autopsy that you conducted with in the Mr. Jackson case, are you willing to tell us? Are you still? I'm not sure if you said that. I didn't hear that, but can you tell us the cause of death? Are you willing to disclose that information? But
No.
do you know the cause of death?
I knew the cause of death from day one.
Okay.
After the autopsy, yeah. After the autopsy, I know it. But I can give you a preliminary report. Yeah, I cannot. I know. Yes, I cannot. Come on. I cannot disclose that.
Okay, so they show up because the government we've reached out. In fact, we've been asking. In fact, this case has gone pretty dead. I don't know why, but Sam Jackson isn't speaking on this case because his lawyer has advised him not to. But was your autopsy result different from that of the government's autopsy result?
Well, I have not seen the government's autopsy. What the body told me is what's going to come to light. And yes, I know you came late to class, so I promised a closing argument that since the court has basically devalued my autopsy report, regardless, at some point in time, I will be doing a presentation so the public will understand the cause of death. Okay. And, we'll be able to see things from a different perspective.
Not after the case has been adjudicated.
Well, the trial is going to start, and the minute the autopsy report, the first autopsy report is released, you can stand by for mine to come out.
And
once it has been released.
You're going to come on the closing argument.
Yes, that's why Mr. Gayman, if you're following too, you must get your popcorn and your soda. I'll be doing it here. Okay, you see, so yes, so that's the thing is, this is for people to see and know the truth, because like I said, a lot of people, even though it's stated clearly in the media that the autopsy is now moot, some people believe that I'm in some kind of cahoot, that no autopsy was even done. I took money and I called it, so the best thing, it will be done so that all will see. Besides that, there are also people on the international scene that are interested in, the findings as well. So, what I hear, I mean, when it comes to these cases, I have my own following as well. So if I just go on Facebook right now and just do, hey, autopsy report in 10 minutes, that will be a whole different story. So I could have given a preliminary report, like I said, because this was done after the autopsy. I could have given a preliminary report, but I decided, in all things considered, let me wait until we put all the pieces of the puzzle together, and then I will do it just one time.
Okay, and what is the cost of considerably cost of an autopsy
in Liberia?
In Liberia.
Well, I'm not sure what the others charge. I know people been coming, they've been paying anywhere around $20-something to $30-something thousand. But me, because I'm doing it to help my people as well, for me, it can range from thousands of dollars down to a bottle of soft drink from the old lady who lost her only child as she put through high school and need me to help her. That's how. Now that's just a personal conviction, because that's how I get my blessings. I want to make money. I do it here in the United States. Everything I'm doing in Liberia is for the service to be present, so the Liberian people can know that they have an option. So That's that. Now again, that's just me, my style of operation. So depending on who's who, they can, because I went to school.
If God forbid, if I reach out to you, I can also it could also be a bottle of something, though, right?
Well, it depends. It might be a crate or something with some
Robert, your money is free.
LG.
Your money is free, and you know that.
Robert Garguah, he's saying the call got to originate from Liberia, not from Atlanta. So
your money is free.
from
That's not a problem.
But look, also, so Robert, you in Atlanta, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm always in Lawrenceville. There's a very popular funeral home that used by a lot of Liberians. You go there, and you ask for me, and they will tell you.
Okay.
It's on Scenic Highway.
Well, because you might get a crick of beer. The next time you're in Atlanta, just hit me up and let me show you around town.
Robert don't like to go around funeral homes, so you would never
Y'all have to be halfway. I got one question. If nobody got a question,
come on now, the doctor got to go. Okay, last question.
Well, I thought you said you have 15 minutes. There 15 minutes finish yet?
Yeah, it was 7:45. Look at it. 11
now. One of the brief here, the man say as long.
No, the man didn't say
that.
Wait, you okay? Wait, she got question? No, wait, let's get the later time. She got question?
Question, because the next game coming on in 30 minutes. Go ahead.
We stick it to understand. I think people want to call in too.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So Dr. Cooper.
Yes.
Ms. Cole, I got a question here for you. They say, are you related to Melvin Cole?
No, my Cole is from Sierra Leone, but if he's from Sierra Leone, then he's my family. I don't know.
Oh, so Cole, you related to Joseph White Guy?
Yeah, from my uncle.
We catching all the Sierra Leone people. Y'all going back home. All your Sierra Leone people going back home. Go ahead.
On a serious note, thank you, Dr. Cooper, for your time. This is enlightening. We need to have more of this.
Definitely.
Last week, I think, let me hold up because Mr. Gayman has called, and you should our colors come first. You good? Oh, he want me to go. Okay. Interrupt me when you can. And so, and if you mention this, and it probably went on my head when I was getting ready.
Sure.
What accreditation institution in the United States can we verify your forensic pathology training or board certs or professional standing in this information public?
Okay, sorry, it means that the person in possession of my documents didn't make it available to you. You can contact the University of Florida. You can contact the Academy of Forensic Medical Sciences in London, UK. You can contact the International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners. You can contact the Society of Medical Legal Death Investigators. Okay, that should be a good starting point, for you as far as to know my. But speak with Peabody, Dr. Peabody.
Okay. No, that's
okay. Yeah, he should be able to furnish you with information.
Okay.
So
that's
go ahead.
Too for the public too, because we all carry professional certs. It's always good.
Yes.
And they're all in standing, right? I assume.
Oh, of course.
My certification, so now I can lag because I don't pay my dues. Then I gotta remember to pay so that I can do my
yes. If you contact them. Also, besides that, if you want to know about me, go to www.3RDEYE forensics.com.
Great.
Last one, and I'm done for the rest. Oh, so you got a
one minute. I got your name and where you calling from?
Thank you so much. Let me say good evening to.
Jerome, you are muted. We can't hear you.
Put you on speaker.
Who are you, though?
He's muted again. He's muted.
I just wanted to buttress something that Rockefeller said earlier on concerning the guideline. There was a situation in the country with the Ellen-led government with Dr. Slerian, and they were closing religious institutions down in the country because he was the chairperson for higher education at the time. But they were closing religious institutions down, saying that they don't meet the requirement. They never met the requirement. Only for the churches or those religious institutions to question the government as to whether the curriculum, there is a curriculum for higher education. At the end of the day, the government fell short because there was nothing as it relates to religious education in the curriculum. But they were closing universities down and colleges down in the country and said they never met the requirement, and the government fell short. So it's the same thing with the medical council. If you look at the story, there is nothing in that guideline up to date as it relates to medical forensic death investigation or what Dr. Rockefeller alluded to. And Mr. Gayman, you send me your email, I will send you a presentation that Rockefeller and myself did on 50 Lama and that of the case with Councillor Scott. If you watch that documentary for 1 hour, 30 minutes, you will go back and say, I think the Justice Ministry and the Ministry of Health and visit the curriculum or guideline of the medical council. Because I can sit here and give you 16 different deaths in that country. Prior to adding, you had the 17 young men that were gruesomely murdered, and their body was they had acid water wasted on them. That investigation went nowhere. There was another situation that occurred in Maryland where 5 mutilated bodies were discovered, and the alleged perpetrator went to prison. Do you know the person came from prison, was in prison, and won as a senator, and that investigation died down? There was another investigation of a few men who were beheaded in River G, and another situation with the Cuban situation. And every time these things come about, the cases will just die down. So the reason why they're fighting Rockefeller Cooper, I spent 14 years in the media. The reason why they're fighting him is that some of the things he's talking about, some of our key witnesses to it, that no case, if you go back to the Harry Green case, somebody can get drowned. I was born in the borough of New Town. Okay? When a body gets drowned, the body don't just come on shore like that. That body will be in the water for the longest before it comes on shore. But go back to the Harry Green situation. Harry Green body was on shore. And it was not deep down towards the water. It was up on the sand. That does not even make sense. And then you look at Allison's death. When they discovered the body was not in the water. The body was on shore. So the only way to alleviate these things is for all the governments to start putting into place a mechanism where they allow the professionals to do their work and start having discussion 12 midnight and 3 a.m. in the morning, and then the situation died down. But thank you so much, Mr. Gayman.
Thank you.
That was a comment, right?
Listen, guys.
Me, I have one question, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is a little woman. You okay? Go ahead with your last one.
Gribble, you gotta bring the gribble side.
The gribble side. Oh, you related to Victor Nagbe. I don't want to mess with you. Go ahead.
Oh no, I won't be faster there to the Sierra Leone side, but I won't be nice to the gribble side.
Both of those sides are tough. Go ahead.
No, one last one.
Jerome, any beautiful woman you see that grow woman. All right, just know this. Any beautiful woman you see that grow woman.
Especially with open kids.
That's the last question.
Listen. I just got a text here from a boy named Garguah. He said, ask Victor whether he ever heard of Bassa Love. There was a song called Bassa Love.
Oh Lord!
Bassa boy, yeah, you really let your Bassa girls them.
That's all we gotta say. Bassa Love.
I let Garguah say Mario. Bassa Love.
Go ahead,
Stop playing. We like to play here. It's our family show, you know.
We play too. That's right. Go ahead.
So one last one about Ed. I know you mentioned about, the family gave you $2,000 even though you guys didn't sign contract or anything, legal contract, and you requested the money and they declined. And then they went ahead and hired a pathologist with or without your knowledge. So, so Why do you believe, I give you all you know, why do you believe that additional money was warranted? And what's your relationship with the family and the legal team to date?
Oh, no. So here's the thing. There were other parts to the investigation that were conducted that were not free. But later on, I understood why they were, why they were refusing. And I also sent a communication to them so that they can provide a medium to which the money can be sent back. I don't need the $2,000. So all the expenses, I'm going to handle it, and I will just write it off as a business expense, which technically is a plus for me. I don't lose anything in this case. You see? So that part also, I don't even heard it. I told him that because I saw what was going on. And there are some things I don't want to say here. Okay? But just like I told Mr. Nagbe, when he sit back tonight, let him look at the walls and reflect. And he will be able to do the math. So I told him the same way, because you see, one thing you have to understand. I've been doing this thing for a very long time. I've testified in court on cases, so I've paid my dues. You see, so basically, I can read between the lines in some situations and do my own calculations. So that's the reason why. Since the case is not, the autopsy would not be allowed to be discussed. At least my autopsy would not be allowed to be admitted in court. But the court of public opinion can rest assured right on this platform that is going to be a full presentation so that people will hear, sometimes it's good to hear the left side, the right side, and the center. And that's just, that's just what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. We call you for 2 hours, you've been for 3 hours. Your parting comments.
Well, I really don't have anything much to say. This has been quite wow. All I can say is wow. Just be patient. Your platform will be giving due, courtesy when it comes to the releasing of the report. I'm going to be doing it on social media, and then legal minds can come to social media and see what they can do with it. And I will not, and that's just it. But I promise you, Ntumbi will be heard. That's the motive of my actions, so that that her voice will be heard, because what is happening, I've never seen it done in any court before. But again, maybe Liberia is a special place, and so it is what it is. But again, as a Liberian citizen, I'm entitled to my freedom of speech, and I will be exercising my franchise. So that's that.
Thank you very much, Doc, for coming. Thank you for keeping your word. Thank you very much for your service. We look forward to this is just the warm up, according to what you were saying.
Yes.
The real game is coming after the initial, at least one of the autopsies is shown. Then the game is on. We can now we'll be here to compare and contrast.
Yes.
What is what? So we are looking forward to that. We're going to promote it. We're going to keep our eyes and our ears open. So thank you very much for coming. Go back, make some money, and take care of yourself. Thank you very much. God bless.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right now.
Mr. Jackson, can you mute, please, sir?
Jackson, Mega, you grew up. How many grandchildren you got? The whole, it's so how many 10 children be 10 grandchildren be running. Listen, guys, this is the post.
You're talking about open tea. I said he probably enough for
we
He's talking about Kelvin open. Is there especially the ones that with the open tea?
With open tea. Some people say the rascal, some people say the days, but listen, guys, we are talking about postmortem, right? So let's go through our own postmortem.
Can I go first?
Yeah, go ahead, because you gotta go to the grandchildren. Go ahead.
No, I want to go. I'm rooting for the Spurs, the NBA. I'm rooting for the Spurs, so I want to make sure that I watch that game from the beginning. But here's my take. I think Dr. Dopoh is well educated, he's well sound, he knows his stuff, and he articulated his position here clearly. But I think one of the concerns that I have is that he conducting autopsy, being contracted by families to conduct autopsy without signing any kind of a legal documents with those families, I think is concerning, because if you are performing those kind of jobs, those are serious jobs, and it requires some legal documentation to protect you
Victor,
and to also protect the family that you are working for. And so the fact that he conducts the autopsy, I know he's passionate, he wants to help the country, but the fact that he's conducting this autopsy without signing any kind of a legal documents with with whosoever contract him, I think that is concerning to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And see you tomorrow, Doc. Go watch your game. Let me go to Telvi.
I gotta go watch the NBA game. I see you.
I'm watching it tonight. It warmed me up. Go ahead. Go ahead, Telvi.
Sarah, you want to go?
Thank you so much, Telvi. Thank you for watching out for me. This man just been jumping over me all day. I've been sitting here. So thank you so much, my sister. Well,
Yo, take the after school fight.
Yeah, you got the floor now. You're laughing.
No, but it's not true.
Let me look for Joe.
But to tell you the truth, I don't know who hired Dr. Rockefeller, but some points he made are very true. And our country is suffering. Our people are suffering because of this, favoritism. When the case is investigated and it's not in your favor, and they say, "Oh, the mayor report ain't good." But when it's in your favor, and they say, "Oh, come on," it's wrong. That's the reason why. And like he said, there are laws on the books. I mean, maybe there are the laws concerning death need to be overhauled. Wherein, when something happens, all of those standards that are needed to investigate the case will be carried out instead of people picking and choosing, cherry picking what to do. That I the case of the Painesville, I think he's the what? The mayor of Painesville, and they say his girlfriend allegedly went to visit him, and she died abruptly. Same thing happened with Sam Jackson's wife, but they went running to Sam Jackson's house. They took it so serious because Sam Jackson was putting his mouth on it every day. But what happened to the mayor on kids? What if something might have happened to this lady? Why are they not so eager to investigate that? So if there's a standard in the country where if something like that happens, and there's some investigation going on right away, then Liberian people will get the kind of justice they deserve. But it's not going to happen. You and I know that because government upon government fail the people in these areas. So I think I strongly believe he has some good points with regards to his report, and we'll wait to see what he has after the case starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pewee.
Yeah. I think I will. That should not be the scenario here. It's not the fight that's only happened to Sam Jackson then Fofana the Sarah. There are procedural.
That is my narrative. You can't change that.
Yeah, that narrative it doesn't hold.
No, it's not wrong. It's not wrong.
It doesn't hold all of the time. And let me open this.
It's not wrong.
It's not if it happened to the past people. Then they did no.
The
reason why they conduct those kind of investigation when things happen under suspicious circumstances. You see Sam Jackson where there was some fireplace somewhere. From the physical look of the remains of Mrs. Jackson.
So the one
with the case quite recently, there were no sign to arose any investigative push. And that's the line. And the move straight and say, okay, doctor was okay, there was due to heart issue and other things, but he wouldn't move to investigate all over. So we ought to, even the guy that just
that's not true.
The yellow machine things we tried to politicize recently. Someone just fell for heart attack and they want to move it because it happened. No, it doesn't happen that way.
That's
and
not
we'll
true.
have to leave on this stick of tack kind of politics. It doesn't help the country. The country will go nowhere on that. And some of us will have to stand strong sometimes to just correct some of the gap that will unfold. The recent analogy the Pope gave about this guy that I said, the last time, Bati Yesua death was very suspicious.
There's a man that was calm, open, drinking through Kim house. I'm not looking in his own area and fall and drop and die. No, it was indeed suspicious. So there have to be.
But Tombe, they were not suspicious.
Which one? What come again?
The Tombe guy, there was not suspicious.
It was
when
never
he was just in church. He was just in church the day before. He was just in a house the day before. And he suddenly went to church. He suddenly goes to church and
Dr. Cassette allegedly came from Trinity, exercising, walking his step, and fell and collapsed and died.
It still doesn't make it. It still doesn't mean that it's not suspicious.
One can die. No, there was no basic suspicion. But running to the hospital, doctor said it was heart attack. But the issue of Bati Yonsua circumstances. This is a man that was drinking throughout.
People, you cannot just say that.
So for me, we ought to remove this system from the tick of tactic.
You have no evidence what happened to that man. You can't just say that.
And that's one of the things I'm saying. The recent thing about the Lord Mayor is different from Sam Jackson's wife. There were bruises all on Sam Jackson's wife. There's not on this lady that just unfortunately also passed. So the physical outlook of the body would trigger further investigation by law enforcement, and it is a procedure.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
The reason why law enforcement.
That's why they do toxicology sometimes, where you don't see
exactly.
It you can see it from the inside, the blood work.
Now, okay, yes, and I agree with that. Now, here's the situation. For the Samuel Jackson case, we had extended forces requesting the Liberia National Police to intervene.
Excellent.
Right, and that will also trigger the police to come and do investigative work. If anything were to happen, like the recent case, no one is asking for. If there's a case for anyone to ask, because there's a medical report order but it's a case for anyone to call for investigation. Of course, the police will move to do the investigation, or you call for private investigation, like this Dr. Cooper. Dr. Cooper was invited by Mr. Jackson and his lawyer. Unfortunately, thing went wayward because they didn't pay Mr. Cooper his money. And secondly, there was some issue about the Dental Medical Council trying to disqualify him, saying he's not qualified to perform the responsibility. So the court, through the Ministry of Justice, they did something the court rejected here, Toxic performance. It will not be adduced in court. That's one of the things. Now we're hearing from him today, they will not get him $2,000. I'm shocked on a serious note. There's nowhere a trained person of such manner will want to move and book up for two. Mr. Gayman, yourself, you're concerned just now. This is rating from 25,000 going upward. You will take 2,000. That you tell any professional person they will dismiss you. Listen, the intent here is not to projectify anything. No, the intent is to see the reality and begin to look into some of these things and say, there's a lot of, honestly, I respect that, and we started the show. I respect him very well. But there's a lot of discrepancy surrounding the entire investigation and most of the investigation he indulged into. And so what you have to do as a professional person, you have to re-engage his own methodology so that to safeguard his own reputation here. It's very critical and important. Now, have you heard any professional that will come in and say, I'll go on TikTok to go say, they will sue you, they can even sue him, and then they may revoke your license from here. He has to be very mindful. Because to do that, they can sue you, they can revoke the license from here if you have to do that. Mm-hmm. Why will you go and release information that you are not Mr. Will you do that, Mr. Gayman?
Oh, it obviously, even if I had.
And he didn't say something, he said he'll put it on TikTok and all the and that's why we were pressing him. And when he said it, that's why he carried out the press no hearing. And why he didn't say it? He just saying that I think he's on. And to be frank, he sort of you won't do that because they will revoke your lesson here immediately if there's one. You know what a family would do? So I mean, that's just my point. Sometimes we ought to do it and do it the professional way and respect people for performing their professional responsibility. I wouldn't have any problem with anyone trying to do that. But my problem is the way we went about the whole thing. And now he's saying that he did to defend the deceased. So meaning there's issue that he was not pleased. So the whole thing not going on government and he tried to shift the blame on Sam Jackson. He really followed the case very well. Mm-hmm. So the whole thing is if people are called usually. So the whole thing is about the story. We hope to hear the rest of the story. And I know we're not going to hear nothing on the story. We're not going to hear nothing. This is a bluff. He's not going to do it. If he did that, they're going to sue him. and it may push a lot of things that may be very detrimental to his own profession. He's not going to do that. To come and go TikTok or even closing argument and release that report. You're not close the authority to do that. If the family asks you to do it, Mr. Jackson, it's the person that hired you. Mrs. Jackson, parents that cannot ask you not to do this. The most authoritative source here I'm looking at, I can ask you to do this now, will be Mr. Jackson, because he's the widower, right? That's the term I should use, if I'm correct also. He can ask you to release the information performed on the remains of his wife. Yeah, Mr. Jackson just said I was complaining. He said other people want to see his wife play cooks and other things. Then you go to that kind of thing. The man was squeaking for yeah? Mr. Jackson said I was loud. He said, just stop, the man want to do it. And he starts saying all the things. Then you go and say you want to release that report. Say guys will run to America and sue you. You know the damage? And I beg you, Dr. Cooper, no one should push you to run into anything thought process. It will be detrimental to your career, and you may even be sued for damages. Please don't do that. If they can pay you the money, let it go. That's some of the law. I mean, as you stated just now, when you find it, you consider that as a loss of the business. That's why we have a very structural process in this country. You still get a dividend from that. I don't know, but even the progressive advising will tell you to not do it. The progressive will say to not do. Back of my will come out here, great, you advise you not do it. The company will advise you not do it. I rest on that. I rest on that line. So I will
go out. Go eat.
Yeah. Before you get late, go ahead. You gotta watch. We gotta watch our.
I rest.
We gotta
you
watch
rest?
our.
You don't do it? I don't want to interrupt you. Are you done?
No, we gotta watch our figure here, guys. We gotta watch our figure. Go ahead. You don't want to eat too late.
That's some time y'all gotta stay super slim.
That's right.
So the show was interesting. What I heard, what I saw, it was interesting. From the utterances to the body language and everything, very interesting. What I would say, there are a lot of takeaways. The first thing there is the fact that I think Pewee talked about it. Clearly you can tell that Mr. Dr. Cooper is doing all of this because he's not happy. It almost feels like it's a retaliation thing, or he's frustrated. And so the two things happen. I'm going to go to the media with the hope that y'all pay my money back, or I will do, or whoever, whether international media or the family side. Obviously, the family side is talking to him, the woman's side, or whoever I say, I will give you this if you give me the report and all of that. But he has to understand. I heard you say he owed it to the family. But he's a doctor. I'm far from it. But the one or two PC license that I have, we are held to ethical standards, regardless of what discipline. So there's just certain things you cannot do. So to say I will release it to Netflix, I will do it to this, I will do it. I think I just free talk, because I got brain setting. You know what coming with it. It's hard enough to go to school in this country, let alone certify on top of going to school. It's not cherry play. So if you think you're going to throw all of that because you're not happy because they brought a pathologist from the region, and you're not happy that they didn't get you a balance money, it's on you, because you being in America all this long, you worked hard, you being here, you don't enter the gentleman agreement with certain things. With certain things, how will you enter a gentleman agreement to go do a high profile case like that without signing paper, without even signing consent? And then you view the people about it with the consent of the court and verbal consent of the family, and then you say, oh well, because we didn't sign the court, we didn't sign something with them, I'm going to release it to the public. First of all, the court, you can get in trouble with the Liberian court too, because you sign paper with them. They authorize you to do that. And you know these things. Nobody's supposed to come school you on there or lecture you on there. I know you're saying a lot of frustration, but hopefully you're telling us that we must sleep, and then we'll have our come to Jesus moment. Hopefully you have some reflection time. But I think what's a good show, I think Mr. What's his name? Dr. Rockefeller, I understand that he mentioned that, he's been doing these cases before. People never had problem with it. I will reinforce again, his credentials are always come out of scrutiny. I'm not saying he doesn't know what he's doing, though. You can know what you're doing. because I know a little bit of nursing doesn't mean I'm certified or whatever it is to go get injection or to do certain things. So if he can do it in America, if Liberia say you're not allowed to do it, then he's not allowed to do it. Every law got their own, every country got their own thing. Always time we go to Liberia, we want to circumvent the process, we want to do our own thing. This main thing being almost 20 years, from what I said, 12 years to George Weah to this government. All the time his credentials are being under scrutiny. Now I'm convinced he is the problem, not the government. Because I want to hope UP people are accountable. But George Weah, it was the same thing. Manasarita, it was the same thing. Again, with the credentials, what are we talking here? So I'm not saying he's not going to do the work, but his credentials may not be allowed in Liberia, and that's something he has to understand. If he's allowed to practice a certain way in America, it's not allowed in Liberia. And if he wants to take on these high-profile cases, which I see that's what he loves to do, then he has to put his credentials to the acceptable level, like in Liberia. Other than that, we're going nowhere. If he wants to release the something on release the people report on any platform, it's not him. He said he got high-profile lawyer. We'll see how it all pan out. But good luck to him, and when he come back here, we'll be here to ask the tough questions. You have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Victor Nagbe, you are next. First,
thank you all. Great show, man. Thank the young doctor, young Liberian brother in such a specialized area, and all the best to him. I just really had difficulties, understanding, and some of the things have been pointed out by most of our speakers here, including Telly and other, the rest of our colleagues. He's battling almost everybody, and it just really bothers me. He's not representing the government. He's not representing the family, the Jackson family, and I am sure he's not representing the Kumalo family. So it's just really difficult, but it seems like a pretty. This is a tragedy that we shouldn't forget. There is a human body involved here. But best of luck to him. Like he promised, I hope, when the appropriate time comes, he will come back to us and unveil his findings so that, we'll have an opportunity to see what he saw. I thank you. Let me quickly highlight, 2 seconds, the political leader of the CMC. Sarah, please don't interrupt me. So let me highlight.
I knew what you were gonna say.
Let me highlight. And he's picking up a call made by Representative Tai Wongwe. We've been on the auditing here. We do your drip. It is gonna happen. We will force it. So now there is a call out there to audit the local government of Nimba. From 2018 to 2023, over $12 million expended. That is almost unaccounted for. Projects initiated, abandoned. Expenditure disbursed without proper documentation. No follow-up on monies disbursed, and I am almost certain it happens the same in almost all the other 14 counties. So this rope will pull it, and eventually the bush will come out. So congratulations to Honorable Tai Wongwe. I know he's of the ANC. I hope Tiola is going to say something good about TCA tonight, because I'm highlighting her ANC brother. But also kudos to the political leader of the CMC, Musa Azambelete. He continues to lift up very difficult issues. I am sure sooner or later will begin to hit. But thank you very much. Great show.
Excellent. Who's next? Sarah.
No, I just wanted to say that I don't know what people's point is when people make statements here. He want to come to try to correct you or whatsoever. And the rules are there. You're not here to checkmate or correct anybody. We all here.
I'm not correcting you. I'm not correcting you.
Pewee, you're not talking your own. I'll talk her own.
I'm not correcting you.
We all come here. We say our.
I'm no target yet. I'm no target. Don't say that.
That is my.
I'm no target yet. Don't say you're not getting next target. Don't say that. Don't say that.
You have no right to tell me what to say. I have my own right. I have my own views. You have yours. You have your own views. You have no right to tell me what to say. You have no right to checkmate me. You are not a soldier on this platform. And we all have to respect each other when it comes to that. That is my view. What happened to the mayor's wife? What happened? She died abruptly or whatever the case is. It doesn't necessarily mean that somebody have to call. Just like the way how Rockefeller said, when any sudden death happen in this country, there is an autopsy done. Whether the family calls for it or not. We don't have that in Liberia. And families are being victims of some of these things. That's a fact. So you say your own, let me say my own. Don't checkmate me, I will not checkmate you. That's all I have to say.
Okay. For today, I will never interrupt you, and I like that, and I agree. But let me say, please remove that negative process from your mind and target anybody. I didn't do that. So please go and remove that from your mind. I don't have no target, and that's a erroneous thing you can say. I don't have no target, and I agree. I will not correct you moving forward. I agree. I'm not correcting you moving forward, but remove that kind of dramatic concept from your mind. I don't have no target.
Guys,
that's my feeling.
I don't have target. So if you got asking me for your mind, go ahead and remove it from there.
Listen,
I don't have target. But what I will not say, I will not take something. I don't have target. I would never refer to you on this show. Never.
Thank you. I will appreciate that.
And I will hope yourself will do the same.
Pewee, this is not Kidman versus no thing here. This is not Kidman versus no.
I don't have target. I don't have.
But you don't check me. I don't check you. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I agree to that. But I don't have time. So remove that romantic concept that I got target. No, I don't.
You can describe it all you want. That's how I feel, and you cannot change it.
Pewee,
Robert Garguah, let's go. You got next.
Let me say, I thought it was a great show. I thought you guys.
You sent it to my email?
I thought you guys did a.
Okay.
No, I didn't send it to your email. I sent it to Garguah.
I thought you guys did a great job with the interview.
Oh, okay. Stop.
I thought
my man, try to mute yourself. He's a bravo man.
On the show, we will move from here. There's no problem.
Nobody can't anybody here. Come on now.
I thought you guys did a phenomenal job with the interview, and I will agree with the question surrounding his credentials, but I thought he kind of raised some good point when I asked him about why every time him government after the other, and he pointed out my only thing is we have the system is definitely selective. The system is flawed because the question that I would like to ask the medical professionals in Liberia is that if his credentials should be scrutinized, then everyone else's credentials should be scrutinized as well. And if you think that he's not qualified to carry out autopsies and other things that he has done, do you have medical professionals that are currently doing similar that may not have his level of qualification? And I think he mentioned that. That there are folks who are conducting these different things when people die in Liberia that have not even studied or done biology 101. And so that's my concern. We can question his credentials all day, and I think people should do what they're qualified and licensed to do. But that's one part of the conversation. Those autopsies and reports that are admitted in court, are they more qualified than him? And I think if the answer to that is no, then I think that kind of, for me, it kind of raises a red flag. Also, I would like to also say, I'm not sure what the laws in Liberia is when it comes to what is classified and what is considered public record. But I do know, and I would like to really kind of go through, peruse that, and understand what that is. But I think by now, if he's threatening to make public his foundings, you would think that he had, he understands, what the law is, that he's not held accountable legally. But in this country, there are states that are considered where autopsies are considered public record. Anyone can request them, especially when autopsies are done surrounding suspicious death. I just want to be clear. States like Washington and Ohio, these states are considered they're protected by
I'll see you, thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
okay.
Thank you, Rob.
These states protect professionals by for making autopsies public record. They can be requested by anyone, especially when they're suspicious around death. There are other states that consider autopsies to be classified. They can only be released with the consent of the family or to attorneys and other legal reasons. And so maybe he knows what he's doing. Maybe he feels as though, listen, this is a suspicious death, and this is public record, and I'm going to release it. But I would really like to know the law in Liberia as it relates to whether or not autopsy conducted can be released without the consent of the family, especially if they're not being admitted in court or being released to an attorney. And if that law protects him from making these records public. But again, it was a great show. Thank you.
Somebody want to make a quick comment? Yeah, your name and where you calling from?
You're muted, Mr. Jerome. You're muted.
And you calling from where?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. First of all, I want to say thanks to every one of you on this platform, Mr. Nagbe, Pewee, every one of you, Sarah, and Mr. Gayman. Thank you so much for the show and the effort that you guys put in every day. I just want to say one or two things concerning what Sarah was saying about the sudden death or those mysterious death. For me, I think most of the deaths that happen in Liberia are sudden death, are mysterious death. The battling soil death and the other, when you compare all of them, they are all the same. So, but Pewee were trying to say that there's another other death that are special. The way I understand it, the output. There's certain death, other death that are special, and other death that are not special. It can be. All deaths should be treated the same way. Like the city mayor of Pinsville, wife that Sarah talked about, it's the same thing with Baton Joshua. It's the same thing with Johnson's wife. All those deaths have been taking place. But the way the government treats all...
You're muted. You're muted.
Okay. It's muted.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so the way the government treats all the issue when it comes to the death, they want that, and they all the thing, it's not right. It's not right. It's not good image, when it comes to that, the government is not doing right, and we are afraid because it could happen to anybody tomorrow, from the president or any of you yourself. Okay, and then the government will treat each other with they will do cherry picking. When it comes to John Murray, then it's different. When it comes to Peter, then it's another thing. And it's not supposed to be like that. So I hope they try to work on this thing so that way we'll be free and be happy about our home, about Liberia. That one thing. The second thing is that I want to ask my brother Pewee. Platform here, they are married. Okay, they are from home. I have listened most of the time to Pewee and the women been acting. So I beg, and they are from married home. Their husbands listen sometimes. So for them to have back and forth argument with the woman, I think he is not a character. I've been following Pewee. People who are very admired on this show here when it comes to really analyzing stuff, that Mr. Nagbe, that Pewee, that the other brother right there, what is his name? From Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, the mayor Atlanta.
Yeah, mayor of Atlanta. So I really admire them, okay? I admire them, but I just want to say that, please, when it comes to you women there, just slow down, because they have their home, they're from home, they have their family listening, and for you to, go back and forth with them with small little thing, it's kind of a little bit difficult. So I just want to say that. But thank you for the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Can I close briefly, please?
Yeah.
1 second. One
Yeah.
second.
Thank you for 1 minute. Thank you, guys. Thank you for watching and thank you for your comment. Yeah, go ahead.
Give me 30 seconds though. I don't think it's fair to Pewee, and I'm not talking about this interaction. I don't think it's fair. I don't think we should not turn the show into, Sarah is a very competent woman, and Sarah knows how to hold her ground, and she knows how to make her own argument. And there's nothing wrong with standing on what you believe, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think for us to say now because they're married women, we can critique each other, or we can have a respectable discourse where we can disagree without being disagreeable. I think makes the show weak, right? And so for me personally, when I'm engaging these women, I'm engaging people that I believe are intellectually strong. They're well raised, they're well educated. We don't have to agree for me to acknowledge the fact that they know what they're talking about. And so I don't think it's fair for us to say Pewee should take it easy with these women on grounds that they're married women, they're mothers. Listen, as long as the conversation is fierce and respectful, I think bottom line is most important. And again, this is not about this interaction, but we can't turn every interaction into a fight or a war. These guys, we're gonna move forward. Sarah is very strong about what she believes in, and that's what she believes in, and she has the right to say, "Hey, this is what I believe in." Pewee has the right to say, "Listen, I don't agree with what you just stated, and this is my reason why I don't agree with what you just stated." So I don't want us to make it about being easy with married women. We are all equals, and I think we can disagree respectfully. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, thank you. And again, and let me take this time to talk to the the guy that just telephoned. Listen, I have a recursive. There's tendency instilled in me my very wonderful semblance to respect everybody, if you will. And I'm not here to satisfy the curiosity of anybody on the basis of disagreeing with it. The day I say things that work in their line, they happen. The day something of that, I didn't insult no one. I will never ever insult anybody. But again, I will take the line from this, and I learned always to cope with people that probably don't like me, and I distance myself. But this is an intellectual platform, my dear brother. When you understand this, we're not coming to visit issue here. We're discussing national issue. This basically a national party we here to discuss. And the thing that is damaging Liberia today, we want to come and boldly criticize others. We don't want to criticize our own if they went wrong. My own exception to what I just said just now, and I will confidently say it. When issues are unfolding in the country, I won't be sentimental, I won't be judgmental, I won't be dogmatic on how I look at it. I will look at it from the perspective of professionalism, my brother, I'm speaking to you directly, from the perspective of being balanced as a political agent. Situations that happen is not, listen, I may be part of another political party. If this government does anything that is commendable, I will commend them. It's not everything I will just hang, everything the government, sometimes I will blind it and we move, we just share something and we don't know what we're sharing. Go on social media, people will go and share things, they don't even know what they're sharing, just in the need of wanting to critique an institution. No, I'm not one. And I will always stand by that. I do my personal evaluation on the basis of how I see things, and it's not on the basis of disrespect. I've never disrespected anybody before, and I will never disrespect anybody. For somebody to say I'm target, why should I target anybody? My target is the way to live good life. I want to target. I don't target my fellow human being. I don't target nobody. I respect every individual. Even in the way I indulge with friends and other people whatsoever. So it's a difficult thing. So if you say this kind of way of people trying to gain sympathy from the other end to say, okay, wanting to make you look that you the bad guy or you the this and other thing. We're discussing politics. If you say things and somebody say, I didn't say you're wrong. I'm saying this is how I look at things. Then you want to take win sympathy from that. Oh, you want them, you targeting? No. If those that want to be sympathetic as the brother that you call you, now I'm about to be opportunity, you already go, you don't be doing it, and I'm not disrespecting anybody. I didn't cause anybody, and I would never cause anybody.
You're making my sister say. You're making my sister serious live now.
And yeah, I didn't cause anybody, but him to come and be something else. Then you want to know, then somebody will call, oh, that's people. No, I didn't. I respect people from the professional perspective, and I will continue to respect people on the basis of that. I will never ever target anybody, and I will never indulge into any counterproductive things or anything that will be the way it would turn to be bad for this show. I respect the view of the show and the view of things, but it will be difficult enough for him to express it because the way moving forward now, maybe if everybody said this and that, oh, Bwaka is bad. Then I was come to, yeah, Bwaka bad. They can to come discuss it. I mean, there's no need of coming on the platform because I'm only going. That's it. And I come around, let me tell you this one. There's a lot of times people will say anything against this regime. You just say, oh, yes. Go to all the videos. Yes. But say one thing that you will say contrary to things. Say one thing I will go contrary, and he won't say that they won't use the word. Why target you?
No, let me tell you.
Why target you?
I'm sorry to say.
Why target you? Good night, my guys.
I'm sorry to say your attitude. You can act like. I'm sorry if that is insulting to you. I'm sorry, but you can act like chick. Seriously, you act like
and you always say that because you don't want to say the thing that you want to push me to say things I'm not to say. And let me say one thing. You want to do on this platform. I will say things on the side, you go say this and this. How do I act like a kid when I'm saying the real thing?
Okay.
No.
Okay,
no, that's not true.
Okay, guys. Sarah,
you just always sentimental, and you want me to drive you? I will not.
Pewee.
I will not.
Pewee.
I will not.
Pewee.
No, you.
Sarah.
You keep on my statement to checkmate me. So you must say who always sentimental now. I don't want my statement. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't say you were wrong for what you said. I made my statement based on how I feel and based on my own information.
And moving forward, I will never engage with you again.
No,
never.
It doesn't cut anything for you. You keep in my space where you're.
I don't want people portraying me to be a person I'm not. No.
You portray me.
I'm not portraying somebody that can't say God. You can't. You just can't. You just can't in that place. You can't just fight. No.
I didn't want to mention Pewee, but because he mentioned my name, that's why I said what I said. Let me just say something here. I am not here for anybody to babysit me. I'm not a baby. Okay?
I'm going to destroy your one-sided politics that will go.
I'm a fool. Ain't see why he's talking? But he want to come and appear like he's such a this clean politician that he can say anything he want to say. You come.
No, I am.
Pewee, you come here, you say your own. Everybody say that. You're not policeman on the show.
People can disagree with me.
You're not policeman on the show.
I'm not policing you. You see, you're not getting the point. I'm not policing you. I'm not policing. I'm disagreeing with what you say.
Yes. I agree.
Yes.
You told your own, I told my own. Today you went in the chat room, you said a whole bunch of stuff when I was asking questions. Nobody respond. I didn't respond to it. I just laughed about it. We all here need to learn to tolerate each other. And I don't see
what did I say the chat room today?
I don't see that in you. You don't tolerate anybody.
Okay, guys.
What did I say in the chat? Why didn't you respond to it? You should have responded to it.
Let's keep it in the chat room.
You should have responded to it. You should have responded to it.
Sarah, see you tomorrow. Sarah, tomorrow.
Yeah, have a good night, guys.
Okay,
Sarah,
guys.
have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pewee, tomorrow, man. Thank you.
Okay, man.